Oh, happy Independence Day to all of you out there. I know it's been a while. I've well, been doing my own thing. We'll leave it at that. But I do have a lot to talk about, and I'm hoping to have a few people on before the stream's over. I know a few people have been prodding me for months now to get back on and start dishing some truth and get back to talking to what we used to talk about. And it is long overdue for some topics to be discussed. We'll give a few moments for people to gather in. I know I haven't been live in a while, so I think most people probably done forgot about my ugly ass. But it gives me time to pour a drink. I've been saving this bottle of Crown Royal Peach for a special occasion. What better special occasion than the day we celebrate our independence and our freedoms, or the misconception thereof. We went through the pandemic, the COVID of last year, which we're still not fully out of it. Yeah, we've got some more of our freedoms back. The United States is supposedly open back up, but yet we got California reissuing a mask mandate because of the new strain of COVID, which, by now I've kind of lost count of all the different names. But I do hope everybody's been enjoying the 4th of July, our Independence Day, out there having barbecues with your families, friends, loved ones, not being a hermit like I've been. That's actually good. And just, living life. That's what it's about. That's what our forefathers wanted us to do. They wanted us to be free, not oppressed by our government, and live our lives, make our choices, whatever they may be. And that's some of the problems we have. We got so much going on, so many different topics. It's an information mind fuck. Really, it is. And they want you caught up in all these things, arguing about who's right or wrong, arguing about politics, identity politics. Oh my God, let's not get into the race theory. Oh, I will. I'm going to get into a lot of topics that some people might not like. But hey, that's me. I don't give a fuck. You guys all know that by now. Wow, kind of interesting. Stream current bit rate's down. Imagine that. But that's just the beauty of this. I said I don't have to watch myself. That's the beauty of all these different platforms we have, even though we deal with censorship constantly, being bullied here and there, saying, "Oh, you can't talk about this, but it's okay for this group to talk about it." It's like, wow. We already know the big tech companies, they're companies. They don't have to honor our constitutional rights. But when it comes to China and all them, they have no problem, upholding their laws of their land. But here in the U.S., they say fuck us. And some of these companies are right out of here in the U.S., so I think they'd want to adhere to our laws, make things better, give people that freedom to speak, to make choices, to have intellectual conversations. I suppose I probably should check to see if my mic's actually working. Yep, it's working. But we always have to deal with these things. I suppose I probably should go to Facebook and check why my stream ain't showing. A little censorship tool they use. They like to put when I post something, a live stream video in my feed, that I need to go in and approve it. Imagine that, right? Having to approve your own post. No, it got posted. Oh, that's right. I've been a good boy lately. Imagine that. It's probably because I've been working long hours and, well, quite frankly, I've been enjoying my freedom. I started out this year. Basically, I'm going to focus on me. The things that I want in life. Get away from the platforms for a while. Choices. Because it's become a stagnant pool. Every time you turn to one of these social media pages, it's always something. Oh, you got to get your vaccine. Well, I've kept my mouth shut on this topic for a bit. Mainly because, well, I just lost my great uncle to COVID. Right on Memorial Day, around Memorial Day. So that's why I didn't do the Memorial Day post. Told the family, no, I wouldn't do anything. Let people, mourn, because he was, he was the historian of our family. He told us, taught us our history, my history, where we came from, our great founding father, John Rutledge and Edward Rutledge. John Rutledge was named on the Constitution. He was a signer of it. He fought to get certain things in place. I wouldn't have known that history if it wasn't for my great uncle, Alexander James Rutledge. He was one of those, he listened, elder, he was up there. He was 95 when he passed. And so he went and got his COVID vaccine, got his second vaccine, and a month later dies of COVID. Fully vaccinated, and yet got COVID. So you can take that goddamn vaccine and shove it up your fucking asses. It's a joke. It's a lie. I've lost several family members in Brazil who were vaccinated with their so-called miracle drug. Just like all vaccines, there's a catch. I've seen posts recently in a couple of weeks, people going to work. Well, those aren't vaccines. Vaccine has to wear a little patch saying they're not vaccinated, which is unconstitutional. That's what Hitler did. That's what segregation was all about. So we got segregation now going on in our country. We had Europe announce that, well, if you want to fly, you have to have your papers. Damn, how do we keep going back to Hitler? You have to have your papers, your documents, please. Your papers, please. This vaccination bullshit's becoming a way to control the population, control what you can do, where you can go, your movement. Oh, you want to go visit this country? Well, where's your papers? You want to go visit this state? Where's your papers? You know that here in the United States, that hasn't quite happened yet. You know, you can still walk into a store, even though it says if you're non-vaccinated, you're supposed to wear a mask. You're in a mask. I can't wear a mask. Violates the Patriot Act. So suck a dick on that one. But, you know, life is too short. You know, I've got just as much chances fucking cross the street, get hit by a car, than I do catching COVID. But I also know my body. I know my health. Did I end up wearing a mask up front? Yes, when I had surgery done. And just long enough, if I had to be out in public long enough for my immune system to recover from all the surgery I had. We all should know thyself. You should know your body, what you're capable of, how you heal. And let me tell you something. That's the other whole thing about the fear propaganda of COVID. And it was fear-driven, fear-based. It all had to do with fucking you mentally in the head to get you fearful. Well, when you're fearful, you're open to suggestion. You're open to your immune system lowers because you're afraid of something. You're adding stress, which lowers your immune system. It's all a mental game. You know, that whole mind over matter. There's some truth into that. Your mind is your most powerful tool. And that's what they wish and want to take from you. Hence why we were going through the transgender movement, stripping people of their identities. You know, do I have anything against it? No. A person is free to choose to be what they want. Their sexual preference, they're free to choose. They're free to choose their religious preferences. You know, but there is also an unhealthy side to it. It's fun when it's like role play, but when it becomes reality and no longer role play, then you start mentally screwing yourself, causing a conflict within the subconscious and conscious. You know, I'm a big fan of mindfucks, so I know the game. I know the propaganda, psychological and facts. And that's one thing I've tried to keep far away from this channel. Any form of propaganda or any form of me influencing, because it's easy to do. Your voice is your next most powerful weapon. People that know how to use their words, their voice, changing the pitch of their tones, are very powerful people. Yes, the pen is mightier than the sword. For those that know how to wield their words. You know, so many people out there give so many people power over them. And some people don't even realize it because they allow a word to influence them, to trigger them. We shouldn't be triggered by anything. When we become triggered by something, we give something power over us, when we are supposed to be the masters of our own selves. not puppets to a pawn show that our government likes to play like fiddles. But the vaccine thing, I mean, wow. And we'll never truly see the real statistics on that, how many people actually died of COVID after being vaccinated, because that opens up the lie. But you can't argue facts and truths either for those that have been affected by those that have had lost loved ones to that were vaccinated to COVID. The vaccine's a joke. It's a means to control you. And who knows what's in the vaccines? Nobody does. You know, oh, they put trackers in them. Well, it's the mark. It's the beginning of the mark of the beast, guys. That was the mark of the beast happened so long ago. It's not even funny. Because everybody here in the United States, guess what? You're a number. Your identity is a number. As soon as you're born, you're issued a number. As we advance with technology, that number becomes even more important. Your digital footprints, facial recognition. Oh, this is this number. And when I say number, your social security card. I remember back in the 90s, you could get pulled over. You didn't have to have your driver's license because your driver's license technically is not a representation of you. All you had to do was give your social security number. And there was laws about that too. Because all they got to do is type that number in and they have your whole life history. You've become a number. Blind to it. You know, that's why I don't see it much these days, but in the 90s, there were still quite a few people that didn't have a social security number. It's true sovereign citizens. They get arrested because, you know, they like messing with them because, hey, we're going to force you to do this. Well, they couldn't. And they couldn't arrest them, but they set them in jail through the whole court process, and they had to let them go, release them. But once they, you know, marked this person as if they'd harass him or her, because they don't want a sovereign citizen. They don't want somebody that's not paying federal taxes, for one. That's part of your Social Security. That's got to pay Uncle Sam. You got to pay the federal Bureau of fucking IRS. That's unconstitutional from the get-rip. Taxes are unconstitutional. Everybody forgets we celebrate our Independence Day. Well, remember the shot I heard around the world? Well, let's remember the Boston Tea Party first. Taxes without representation. That was the first shot heard around the world. And, you know, everybody knows the Paul Revere ride. But we've been the beacon of hope. The beacon throughout every country. Because they want the freedoms we have. They want to be free. They want to be able to express themselves. They want to be able to say, no, I don't want that shot. Instead of being forced. They want to be able to peacefully protest. Make peaceful change to a corrupt system. You know, can we make change? You know, we always talk about that. Yes, we can make change. But, you know, it comes to a point where we all know the true meaning of that. Nothing comes from peaceful protests. An illusion of change, but it's the same song and dance. Look at all the things that have changed. Let's at climate control, climate change. Everybody forgets, you know, back when I was growing up, it was about the ozone. Oh, can't use aerosol cans. You're putting holes in the ozone. You're causing the oceans to heat up. It wasn't global warming back then, and we're not even close to being polluters. But yes, we've cut down a lot of trees and not replaced them. And that's what I actually did. But the earth goes through cycles. Eventually, one day, we'll have a polar shift. Maybe in our lifetime, probably not. But, it's possible. And there's been documentations of where it started, how the poles have moved a bit. Especially those that have ranches. I know there's a guy up in Michigan that has a ranch or farm, whatever you want to call it, and where he originally had set his solar panels for his electric fences. One day he was out there and it was like no connection, and he started wondering why. Like, the fence didn't move, the solar panel didn't move, our poles moved a bit. So he had to literally move it. I can't remember. It was some small number, but it wasn't that small. It was a pretty good shift, but small nonetheless. But it just proved our magnetic poles have moved. This climate change, it's just the process. They don't talk about true science anymore like we were taught when I was a kid. Our son was young. It's kind of in its teenage years, getting more towards adulthood, which means it's getting bigger. When it gets bigger, it heats things up more. Who knows? Our closer planets to the sun may have been lush vegetations until the sun decided to go from infancy to juvenile. But yes, there's the one thing we cannot fucking ever get away from that will be the ultimate destruction of this earth and this probably whole planet system, is when that sun reaches its wise old age of maturity and goes supernova. It is inevitable. That's the star's life. That's part of the universe. It's part of the natural flow of things. It's not climate change. It's not global warming. It's our sun getting older. But do we pollute? Yes, we do pollute. But not on the systematic system as they want to tell us, that we're destroying everything. We're going to cause a major catastrophe. No. Man, we got super volcanoes that are due to erupt. We've been lucky in our infancy as a civilization. And like all other civilizations, ours will one day come to a pass, and another one will be built on top of our ashes. You want to know the history? Dig. Your true history is underneath your feet. From previous civilizations, catastrophes. It's just a never-ending cycle, but our politicians want to use it to tax us more, to do away with combustible engines, but they don't want to tell you how the environmental impact of the electric cars are, the impact it takes to make the battery, let alone to discard the battery. Let's talk about being polluters. Those batteries will pollute more than our combustible cars will ever will. But, it's like the concept of putting the kill switch in every vehicle. There should never be a high-speed chase. Ever. Because there's a kill switch in every vehicle from 2002, I believe, when it was issued that every vehicle has to have a kill switch in it. As technology advances, so does there are ways to screw us. I mean, there is no privacy anymore in your own homes. Everybody owns a smart device, either a smartphone, computer, Fire Stick, Alexa, Many people are going to smart locks, smart technology. All those things are cool until you realize what you're giving away. I mean, there's been countless cases where Alexa's been caught spying on people, recording conversations. There was a court case going on out in California a couple of years ago about that. Recorded a whole conversation. Then somehow it got emailed to somebody. Oops. Luckily, it was a friend of theirs. I mean, it was kind of a steamy conversation. We have no real privacy anymore. We don't have it in our homes. You know, just like I said, if I got to talk about something important, I'll tell you what. I know several places to go, and my phone ain't coming with me. Neither is my vehicle or anything. Not my fucking. Well, I don't own one because I think they're a joke. But a lot of people are into those fidget watches, whatever they call, you know, track their steps. It's like just another way to be tracked. I don't like people tracking me. Now, when I go someplace, I'm going there because I want to be left alone. I want to relax, chill, not think about what happened last night or what's going on in the news. I want to be at peace, enjoying myself, fishing, kayaking, camping, going to the races, going to an event like I am in a couple weeks, which is none of your business where I'm going. But don't worry, at least 2 people know where I'm going. Even I am not that stupid. I can't say that because I do drop off the face of the earth quite often, so and don't let nobody know. But even there's a few people, even when I do that, they know how to find me. I can't hide that good. Yeah, it looks like I'm pretty much talking to myself today. I haven't done a video in forever, and actually, I need to pay attention to time. I forgot about that. I forget that at the hour mark, I got to restart this stream. And I didn't pay attention when I actually went live. Oops. Yeah, I know it's a rarity. I'm actually showing my face for once. I know. I kind of like hiding behind the screen from time to time. Oh, never mind. I got the clock right there. I guess I'm a little rusty, guys. It's been a while. And so much is going on that I've just kept quiet about. Yeah, the vaccine thing, man, that just boils my blood. Because I see where this is leading. I see the road it's going down, and it's not a pretty sight. I mean, eventually it's going to come to where you want to work. I mean, thankfully I work at a place that believe in patriotism, believes in our Constitution, family-oriented. That's about all I'm going to say to that right now. But I love my job, and I love what I do, so kind of. It has its days. But I can always say no, and I never say no, so I kind of bring that on myself. It's, and I see so many people out there. I hear so many conversations. And there's a lot of scams going on right now. I think you guys will get a kick out of this one. It goes back to the number thing. You're all a number. We're a number. Period. I was on a mark of the beast that happened a long time ago, guys. Take it for what you want. But even other countries like Australia, there's a YouTuber, I can't remember it. Oh, I can't pronounce his name. Never mind. I'm not going to try. No front teeth. Sorry. It ain't going to happen. Which hopefully in the next few weeks, that'll be taken care of. Which, yeah, I don't got, yeah, I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one. But this is, I probably won't. I'm not going to keep my mouth shut on anything. We'll save that for another drink. But you get a kick out of this one. I was online about a month ago, about 2 months ago, actually. I don't know where, Walmart somewhere. Walmart. I get a phone call. I want to say it's the first phone call I've had with this kind of scam. And I actually reported the other one. There's still an ongoing investigation about it because somebody was going around pretending to be a detective and saying there was a warrant out for your arrest. Well, a couple weeks later, I get another phone call. This was a good one, though. I mean, I started chuckling about it. But there was this kid, he couldn't have been no more than 8. He was 8. He was at least 18, 19. And, oh my God. It took everything I had not to fucking really lose it. Dying of laughter. I mean, I was holding it in as much as I could. But, because I put it on speaker. I've been having issues with my right ear, so. But it was kind of funny. It was not kind of. It was fucking hilarious. Basically, this phone call is like, there's a warrant out for your arrest. I can't remember. I think it was in North Carolina. Yeah, it was North Carolina. And it was like, if you do not contact us immediately, we will take your social security card and you will not be able to. I'm like, huh? Wait, you're going to take my social security card? Oh, you bet. Please do. I mean, I've said that. It was like, dude's like, man, that's serious. You need to call them back. I'm like, what? Man, I wish they would take my social security card. You can have it. He's looking at me so dumbfounded. He's like, man, that's serious. They're going to take your social security card. I'm like, no, they can't. Your social security card is your identification. It is who you are. It is how Uncle Sam gets paid. He's like, who's Uncle Sam? I'm like, the IRS, Doug. That's how they collect their taxes. You think they're going to take their revenue of money? No, it's a scam, dude. He's like, nah, they were serious. They're going to take your social security card. Oh, man, I'm trying not to laugh in this kid's face. I really am, and it's hard. But, I mean, really? What the fuck are they teaching our kids in school? Never mind, I know. Transgenderism. Race theory. Sure, that's what we need more. More people that's ignorant to racism. We want to make them more racist against white people. Oh, yeah. It's pretty fucked up. We got every holiday that represents every skin color, every thing known to fucking man, but a day for white people. Yep. Oh, wait. That makes me a racist for talking about it. Damn. I can't win for lose. I'm Caucasian. Actually, no, I checked the other box, by the way, guys. I'm actually American Brazilian. But yes, I am Caucasian because I am from the Portuguese descent on my mom's side, so that means Portugal, so that means Caucasian. For those that don't know and want to say, "Oh, you're racist," well, no, I'm not. There's not a racist bone in my body. Yeah, if you believe that, yeah, it's not racist. It's just, we blur the lines between racism and prejudice. We're all prejudiced, and truthfully, we're all racist. We all hate something. We all hate a color. I hate blue. That makes me a racist. I hate blue. I do not like blue. Never have. I prefer, blacks, purples. Love purple. But can't stand blue. Not one bit. I hate it. I hate a lot of food. Some foods too. I hate ignorance. I hate judgmental people. I hate those that have that holier than thou attitude that they're better than me. Well, you might be in some areas, but you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, and you don't want to. And I don't want to walk a mile in yours, because somewhere hidden behind all that bullshit you're spewing, you've had your dark moments, you've had your dark times. Sorry, I've had my own. I don't want to live yours. I don't want to walk a mile in a cop's shoes. All this defund the police movement. The police are the enemy. Well, look at the states that did do that. Look at how the crime rate surged to the point where people were begging for the cops to actually do something, to refund them. Yeah. See what happens when you take away something that's there. And I'm not saying there's not corruption in the police, because we all know there is. There has been since the foundations of it. There's corruption in every little system, no matter what you want to call it. We've seen the corruption in the Vatican and the churches. Cases pop up all the time, and it doesn't matter what your domination is. It happens all throughout. Yes, it might not be your church, but yet it's a domination of your church. So let's cut the bullshit, guys. Bad shit happens everywhere. You just got people out there that don't care. I know, I used to be one of those people that didn't care. Believe me, I was a monster. And I paid for that. I paid for that dearly. I'm thankful to say a lot of people that I'm friends with now never met that person who I was. And those that did meet that person know that person. They're like, man, the person saved your life. Or saved other people's lives. And they're right, they did. I paid my debt to society for the choices I made. People come up with excuses all day long. Oh, I was high. It was the drugs that made me do it. No, that's an excuse. You made the choice to do the drug. With choices come consequences. Even good choices have consequences that aren't returned as good. You know, the best thing we can do is make good choices that reflect who we are, how we live our lives, how we want it other people to see. You know, we are going to make bad choices. We're all going to say something, do something that we might not realize it. I know I did it this week. I didn't realize what I did, and some of the things I said came out different, was interpreted differently than what I meant. Of course, character flaw of mine. I guess I spend sometimes a little bit too much in my own head. I don't think that maybe what I'm doing might offend somebody because, it happens. I'm just lucky enough that I surround my people that are honest about it and will bring it up and tell me, hey, it's like, oh shit, I didn't mean it for it to be like that. I didn't realize it could be interpreted like that. But it happens. Especially around me. I mean, I don't know how many times I've posted on Twitter or Facebook and somehow my words, I thought they came out right, what I meant to say, but it got interpreted a whole different way. It's like, what the fuck? What did I do? I mean, unfortunately, when you're dealing with social media, these people don't know you. They don't know that you do that. I mean, Rob, oh God, he'll tell you. I'm sure there's plenty of times he wanted to fucking strangle me. Every day in life we make choices. That's kind of what we celebrate this day for, the freedom to make those choices. The Roe v. versus Wade, the abortion issue, is not my issue because it's not my choice. I can't say what that person was gone through. Was that person raped or what? That person mentally? Then don't even go to this. Oh, there's foster care systems. Research the foster care systems before you even spit that out of your mouth. I mean, truly research it and hear and see the horror stories of the foster care system. I have. It was enough to get my blood boiling so bad one day that I had to shut everything off, walk away, and just go somewhere where I could be left alone to cool off for 2 days. And that was somebody I was talking to, sharing their story. It's a rigged system, guys. I've got video playlists on broken systems. I need to get back and do some more of those. Because we got so many broken systems. We've got so much corruption in our government right now. It's not funny. It's funny. Biden takes over office. Next thing you know, we got Ford moving a plant to Mexico, getting back out of the country. They just brought one of their plants back from overseas under Trump because, well, they didn't want to pay the high tariffs that they were going to get charged. So they came back. Well, now Biden's in office. Oh, we're going back over. There's no punishment for doing this now. We can start making more money, cheaper labor. Yeah, well, you get cheaper labor, you get cheaper parts, more vehicles that are unsafe, crap product. I've gotten to the point where I try to look for that sticker made in the U.S., but let me tell you guys something, that don't mean shit either. quiet as it kept. Somebody I know worked at, I'm not going to name the place, but they were making masks. And what they were doing, they were stamping made in the USA on them, but they were all imported and came from China. They were taking them out of the fucking Chinese box, running them through the stamper and stamping them made in the US. How's those apples for you? I much prefer the peach crown right now, but Applejack's good too. But so is the realization that some of the products we buy that say they're made in America, they're just being stamped on there. We're being lied to and deceived. Some of the best quality of materials was made here in the United States using U.S. steel. Now, we're going to go down this road. I've been meaning to want to talk about this. Now we're dealing with crap products. Now we're dealing with the age of technology, where all that fancy stuff you want in your vehicle, all that shit that can screw you in the end, and will, is relying on a chip. And these chips we don't make here in the United States. It's coming from China, of all places. Or some other country too. I know it's just not China that was making the chips, but China was one of the bigger source sellers. Once again, nobody truly understands what China's done over the past decades. How they go through and go into every country. You know, when you got over 1 million people, you can send them out anywhere. They go in there and steal the natural resources, and I do mean steal. They'd go on people's gold site claims and when they weren't there and just infiltrate it to where the local government, the local police of that country, they wouldn't go in because they were armed to the teeth and they outnumbered them. So they'd rape the earth of the natural resources, and they've been doing this for decades. In every country, stealing the natural resources. Now, they're just not stealing the technology, the patents, the inventions from other people. They're stealing the natural resources. They get a monopoly of it. Now everybody's reliant on these chips. Now so many people are out of a job. We dealt with COVID. Now we're dealing with a chip pandemic because we can't get enough chips to put. So these top manufacturers, GM, Ford, Chevy, Dodge, they can't produce their cars and make their cars without these chips. Wow. But we don't manufacture these chips here in the U.S. We don't have the resources. And what little resources we do, we can't supply the demand. Just like under Obama administration, solar panels. Everybody wants solar panels. Let's open up these solar panel factories here in the United States. Well, these solar panel factories here in the United States couldn't compete with the cheap-ass solar panels that were made from China. So many of them went belly up. You know, they talk about, we want to bring jobs here. We want to help our environment, but yet they're not helping anybody else but China. Now, I've discussed this before. How many of our politicians have sworn an oath to Israel? Well, if you do that, you cannot hold the office of government. You can't be a senator, a congressman. You cannot swear an allegiance to another country. It's supposed to be our country first. I don't know why so many people had a problem with that under Trump. Make America great. Make America first. Our country should be first. But here's the mentality of people out there. Natural disaster happens here in the United States. You get a little support, but a natural disaster happens somewhere overseas, and they get billions of money that doesn't, half the time, doesn't even go to that natural disaster. It goes into the corrupt politicians, the corrupt government's hands. It doesn't go to the people that need it. But know that when something happens here on our own soil, it gets half, not even half the support that if it was in some other country. How fucked up is that? We're supposed to be Americans. You know, later we'll get into the race theory thing, but yeah, I'm biting my tongue. I'm going to need another drink for that one. I really am. But I also know I got to pay attention to time here because I want to say fixed it. Like I said, I haven't done a stream in a while. I'm streaming from over the mines, mainly because eventually if I get a few more people in, I'm going to allow them to come in and have their own opinions. Because after all, this is Independence Day. It's about all of us. You know, people say, well, this person's opinion is different from all of ours. Why should he have an opinion? Because that's how we learn. That's how we educate each other. That's how we solve the problems that are before us. But no, the mentality is we want to keep each other pitted against each other, not allow people to have their own views and opinions. But yet today we're celebrating that very idea. Freedom. Freedom to have your own opinion, your own beliefs. Free to live your life as you see fit. Not to be told how to live it. Not to be told you're evil because you don't practice the same beliefs I do. You're evil because you are a Republican. You're a Democrat. I don't know. I'm tired of the labels. Honestly, I am. I hate the label game because it's just meant to divide us. It's meant to subcategorize us, put us in different categories that separate each other. It's a form of segregation, guys. Just like this fucking vaccine thing is going to be a form of segregation. It's already happening here in the United States. Oh, you got to wear this badge or this sticker saying you're not vaccinated. And you got to wear a mask. I mean, Europe already passed the laws, but if you want to travel, you got to have your papers. I mean, come on. How Hitler-esque is that? Documentation, please. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. You can take that needle and boom, boy, shove it someplace where the sun don't shine because, yep, I already had too many loved ones die of COVID because, you know, part of me really wants to blame the vaccine. Perfectly healthy people got vaccinated, got their second vaccinations, and a couple months later, catch COVID and die. I'm sorry. Yeah, that burns me. The lie that people spew. You know, lies are much like truths. They're a two-edged sword. The truth does hurt, guys. It hurts more than a lie. Because we use those lies to protect us from those truths. You know, nothing more than our conscious mind likes is to protect itself from the subconscious, and the subconscious knows the truth over the conscious mind. Some people should really put that palace guard to sleep. And really open their minds to see the real truths, the real realities. How much they've been lied to since childhood. How much the very politicians that we put in the office every fucking election cycle that constantly lie. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I mean, fuck. I don't know. I can't resist. AOC should be sent in fucking prison right now for what she said. She truly influenced an election in Georgia, telling people if they want their stimulus check to vote for the Democratic nomination in Georgia. Otherwise, you won't get your stimulus check. Oh, boy. Okay, we're going there because nothing burns me more right now. These fucking lazy motherfuckers that are fucking sitting there taking a free check, refusing to go to work because they're getting a free fucking check from the government. Let me tell you something, nothing's free. Eventually, you're going to go back to work because those checks are going to stop. And you're going to be paying for that debt for the rest of your life because that money was not free. You're going to pay for it in taxes. States are going to raise their taxes. Look at the fucking gas prices. I mean, fuck, they raise the taxes on alcohol and cigarettes like overnight here in Ohio. Why? Well, we've been giving out all this money for free. We got to get it back. There is nothing free. Boy, that's a late notification. And now live. I'm sorry, I've been live for almost an hour. Fucking censorship, fucking Nazis. Wonder why I've not done a video in a while. Maybe because every time I open my mouth, I seem to get in trouble anymore. But where were we? Wait, I sidetracked myself. Oh, yes. These lazy motherfuckers. Now, and it's hurting bad. It's hurting the workforce real bad right now. People, I mean, clear down to the restaurants, mom and pop stores, the ones that are still left. COVID wiped out quite a bit. This shutdown bullshit. And that was part of the plan. We finally get rid of these mom and pop stores because they're not going to be able to survive without it. Now let's get these free stimulus checks out. We're going to hurt the workforce even more. Keep people from going back to work. See, plans within plans within plans. That's all it is. Fucking a great scheme that surpassed what any of us would thought would happen. I think some of us hit on certain things, but not like this. I mean, a place where I work, they can't hire nobody. Nobody wants to work. They're getting more money than I'm making in a week to sit on their ass. Would you come to work? If you got paid to just sit at home and make more money than what you would actually be getting at your own place where you worked? They implemented the idea of if you got a phobia, a fear of catching COVID, we'll pay you and you don't have to go to work. They're back to that fucking fear program or propaganda. Damn, I haven't drank that much yet. Program, propaganda, it's kind of the same though. And everybody bought it. You know, now I'm watching people, divorcee couples. Now there's a big fight for custodies again. Why? Well, I want that money. I don't want you to have it. I need that money. Wow, the greed. And it's happening. I personally know it's happening. I know several people that have split up. Now they're going through, back in court, going through custody battles because of greed. I don't want you to have that money. Well, that money is not supposed to be either theirs. It's supposed to be the support of the children. It's supposed to go to the children. But there's no laws to implement how that money's spent. Well, they live under my roof. I got to buy food. I got to pay electric. So I'm using that. I got to clothe them, buy their school supplies. But yet, just how much of it really goes there? Because, I mean, the cost of living right now, oh my God. It's fucking sad. I mean, I went to M&M because, like I said, I've been going to get all my meats straight from the butcher. Was cheaper. And it's like, I went to the register. Well, normally what I buy, enough to stock up for almost 2 months, which is normally cost me about anywhere between $75 to $120, $275. I mean, the price of everything had tripled. I remember walking into Walmart. It's like, what the fuck? Price of a bunch of stuff is like, it tripled overnight. It's like, what the hell? And we got all these people without jobs, refusing to go back to work because they're getting free checks. To where people like me that's getting paid weekly the price of gas and the price of food, oh my God, that's like more than half my check gone. It's become ridiculous. And it becomes ridiculous when people sit there and listen to these politicians saying, oh, the economy is improving. Is it? The economy's tanked. Between the chip problem with our fucking car plants that refuse to fucking use common sense and just stop using chips and go back to normal production, like nothing wrong with the older cars. They work great. But now we want to make them obsolete anyway. We want everybody driving electrical cars. Well, fine and dandy. Like I said, do your research on that. See how bad that, for those you really care about the environment, all you tree huggers out there, research the battery, the impact it takes on our environment. Research the natural resources that goes into making it, how much it destroys our environment. You won't be a fan of the electric car after that. Nor will you be a fan of it when a catastrophe happens. You're in New Orleans and hurricane hits, flooding, power's out for weeks on end. How are you charging that car? Storm comes by, knocks out the power at your house. You're without for a week or 3 days. How are you charging that car? Because it don't run on gas. How are you charging that battery? Oh, I got backup solar panels. Okay. Charge that car. Now you're going to make a choice between charging that car and keeping your refrigerator going. The electric car, it's one of those that's great on paper, but that's it. It's a joke. But, I live in a state that actually passed laws saying that in cities, they haven't enforced this, they haven't made it, but it's there, it's already been signed into law. It's just sitting there hidden, tucked a little way hidden, that no combustible engines are allowed in cities. Because people are like, oh, so they're not enforcing it. But the problem is, it's a law that got signed in, passed, became a law, and whenever they choose to implement it, you'll no longer be able to drive inside the cities. Now, how do we define a city? What's the language of that law? Does it pertain to towns? You see what I'm saying? It's all about control. Clear down these. Oh, where's your papers? Oh, have you got your vaccine? I need to see the proof. Or else you need to wear this sticker. Or else I can't hire you. And that's coming. We're going to soon see places where they're not going to hire people because they're not vaccinated. And I'll tell you what, those who aren't vaccinated are definitely not going to get a free check to sit on their asses. I'm still alive? Oh. No, you're not going to get a free check, guys. They're going to force you to vaccinate. They're going to force you to comply or die. You can't survive without a check. You can't survive in this day and age right now without a paycheck. You can't buy your food. You can't support your families. There was positives that came out of last year in COVID and beginning of this year. People started growing gardens for the very first time. Yeah, they didn't like that, but I'm not talking about the people who were doing it. They actually found something they liked. Found like, man, this saves on money. You know, like I said in COVID, it was the preppers that got the laugh, but we're not laughing anymore because now we see the full ramifications of things, and it's like, oh yeah, it's not so funny right now, and it's not. None of it is. I mean, we got people out there that don't want to go to work because they're getting a free check from the government, refuse to. You know, it's like, I don't know how. I mean, I'm working on a skeleton crew right now. Literally a skeleton crew. One person calls off, the shift's screwed. One person takes vacation, the shift's screwed. And it's just not my shift anymore. It's second shift, even first shift. Okay, so I need to, if a job is eligible, I need to take it. So I'm going to take it, then I'm going to quit because I'm afraid of COVID. I'm afraid I'm going to catch it. So back and getting a free check. Who pays for that free check? Because it's not free. That's right. Each and every one of us Americans, as we're starting to see, prices are going up more and more. I mean, damn, 315, 320, I think the highest I've seen for gas. It's like, Jesus, I'm not making it from check to check anymore. What the hell's happened? Ooh, I made that wrong. Ooh, yeah. That'll be the kicker for race theory, won't it? And that's the other issue, you know, all these conflicts. It keeps people from talking about things like what's happening to our workforce. You know, some of it, yeah, computer chip problem. Because, you know, the United States is highly reliant on our automotive industry. But it doesn't help when Ford takes over one of their major plants and moves it to Mexico. That hurts the people that work on their parts. Because their parts go through so many different smaller factories to be machined, painted, and so much more. It's like, but then again, look at the history of Ford. I mean, we can go back to World War II and the history of Ford. It's widely known, it's widely documented. I mean, Henry Ford supported Hitler, sent money. I mean, so you want to talk about race and hate? Well, there you go. Why would you own a Ford? Because Ford represents hate. Just saying. Always has, always will. Doesn't represent America. But, you know, that could be said for a lot of things and a lot of companies. You know, in the end, it's not the workers that really get paid, it's the shareholders, the owners. They're the ones that make the money. We're just the slave labor. Damn, I used the word slave, but gotta be a racist, right? I'm sure by now I've probably triggered a few people. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't. Let's keep it real. That's what it's about. Making people think, question things. Because that's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to take jack shit at face value. We're supposed to question everything. And usually, if it's too good to be true, yeah, there's probably a catch to it. Yep. Well, what's the catch to the free checks? People, factories going under, not being able to put out the production because they don't have the labor force to put out the production. Or more people got to work harder, longer hours to make up for that production, wearing themselves out. I mean, I know what it's like to wear yourself out. I did it for almost a month, well, longer than a month and a half. I did it for since January through the middle of April. 13-hour shifts every day. Let me tell you, it wasn't worth the paychecks. And it really wasn't. Inflation started happening, prices started going up. Whatever little bit I had saved, all it took was one thing to come up. Sure enough, not one thing, but three things came up. All that I had saved up had to go back, put into vehicles to get them up and running so I could go back and forth to work. So, you think you're sitting comfortably with a little bit built up. You're not, and that's part of the system too. It's designed that way. They don't want you ever getting comfortably ahead. They want you in debt because if you're in debt, they can control you. Well, if you don't make this payment, I'm going to take this. You don't make this payment, I'm going to charge you more. Raise your interest on it. I mean, for the first time ever in my life, all because of my phone provider started change the dates when they were billing me. Normally I don't ever let my accounts go under 100, but last week, it was last week, money was tight. Gas, food. Before I knew it, I was like, what? Overdraft? Yeah, I charged $35 for an overdraft. I've never overdrafted ever in my life. But it was all because of one bill. They changed the date when they decided to do it, and I'm not really pissed off about it because I didn't get a month's worth of phone coverage because they changed the date. Little shit like that, when you're living from paycheck to paycheck, will screw you up so bad and put you behind. It takes you a good month to 2 months to recover. Then when prices keep going up, there's no true recovery. Everybody talks about, well, let's make the minimum wage $15 an hour and that'll settle that problem. Well, no, it won't. We've seen that theory worked, practiced, and worked to its vital flaw. The prices in those states that did it, prices of everything went up to match the increase of the minimum wage. So therefore, you're actually paying more now after taxes are taken than you were before for that gallon of milk. It's just the sad truth of it all. It's a system that's designed to keep you in debt, struggling. It's designed where only the rich gain. They never want to tax these major companies, these multi-billionaires that are making all this money. They want to give them all the breaks. They never want to give us the break. They want to tax us more. Now, common sense on that would say that if we are taking taxes, which is unconstitutional to begin with, but we're not, I don't really want to go down there. Yes, you might be making more. If you can actually afford to pay more in taxes, you should pay more. And it's not that they're paying more, they're paying just what we're paying. Make it an equal system. Everybody pays an equal amount. So if you're making billions of dollars, you're paying the taxes for the billions of dollars you're making. The right amount, not giving a break. The problem is now all these rich people, they can say what we want, how we want things, and we want people to adhere to it. We don't want you to be going into our stores because without a mask, or you need to prove you're vaccinated, or else you can't come in here unless you wear a mask. Eventually, they're not even going to care that you wear a mask. You're just not coming into our store. Show me your documentation. Eventually, that documentation, guys, is going to be on your travel documents, your driver's license. It's going to be on your mark of the beast social security number, which is your identity. And they will know. Basically, we're down to what I want to call the haves and have-nots. They managed to single-handedly put a label, a tracking system on every individual throughout the world. The haves and have-nots. The government knows who is vaccinated and who is not throughout the whole world. We are now labeled, documented, and tracked. They know who has the vaccine and who doesn't. And that is a very dangerous, no data. Game we're playing. Hello, Free Spirit Press News. Nice to see the Peanut Gallery finally awakens. I've been talking to myself this whole time. And for those that have tuned in, I know I got 5 viewers now. It's been fluctuating between 2 or 3 for the past, 20 minutes. Great to see you. I hope you guys are enjoying your Independence Day. Enjoying what little freedoms that we actually have. And like I said tonight, it's just going to be me speaking my mind. Have a few callers in. I know Free Spirit said something a couple days ago about what if I do one. She wanted in. I know Rob's about a month ago said, yeah, if I do one, he wants in. Yeah, I've been my own little world for the past month or so, enjoying myself thoroughly, honestly, when I'm not working myself to death. I've been taking a break from social media. I've had my fill of it. I've really had my fill of it since Memorial Day. I've been sick and tired of the lies, the bullshit, this vaccine thing. When you lose a family member, especially a great uncle who made sure we knew our history, made sure we knew what this day meant, especially to our family. I'm a direct descendant from a signer of the Constitution. So yes, our Independence Day has strong meaning and strong ties to my family. To watch him pass away of COVID, because after he got his vaccinations, about a month after, it really irks the nerve. And he's not the first family member I've lost to COVID. I've lost a bunch in Brazil, many of which were vaccinated. Everybody's pushing, you need to get vaccinated. And you take that vaccine and shove it up your fucking ass. I'm a have-not. Yeah, I'm the rebel. It will be to the day I fucking die. I will not let a corrupt fucking government tell me what I can and can't do. That violates my constitutional rights. That violates what my founding father fought for, what he believed in. I will be that have-not that stands up and fights to the bitter end. And yes, us religions are very fucking stubborn. History has shown that. They told my great founding father to abandon a fort. He said no. He was given a direct order and he said no. We are going to hold this fort. They can't take it. And they pulled their military. You know what? The British, for a week, fired their cannons into that fort and didn't even so much damage the walls. They couldn't take the fort. They gave up after a week. It was the same founding father, when we get talking about race theory, who fought for slaves. He went to court for them, for their masters that treated them unfairly, punished them. Yet I'm a racist? Fuck off. I'm probably going to be called that after we get into that race theory subject. But back to the lazy motherfuckers that want to collect a free check. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Each and every one of you. Nothing in this world is free. There's strings attached to everything. There's consequences to anything that they want to say free. It goes back to the story I told earlier. Some kid. Oh, you need to. That's serious. They're going to take your social security card. God, I wish they would. They're never going to take my social security card. Why? That's my number. That's my identification. That's who I am. That's how they get paid. That is the true mark of the beast. And almost every country has it. When you are born, you are issued a number. That's who you are. The days of the sovereign citizens are long gone. Not truly, because I know there's homeless people out there that have children that don't go through the hospitals, that don't get, and there's still some communities out there that don't do that, but it's rare, and that's a slim few. But a free check must irk some people. Oh well. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as free anything. I'll give you free advice. Probably not a good idea to take it, because you haven't walked a mile in my shoes. Yeah, that's the truth. Because what's been learned from me, you might not be ready to hear it, and it might not be even something that would help you. It might actually hurt you. So, consequences with free advice. Don't ask me about relationship advice. Oh God, no. I won't even give it. I suck at that department. I can tell you how to screw it all up. I'm pretty good at that. Hence why I'm still a bachelor. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to go ask for advice in there. I can tell you how to screw it all up. Been pretty good at that. Even when I don't mean to. Bree, fuck. Let me drop you a link. I'm sure people are tired of hearing my voice. I know I am. Oh yeah, guys, I don't like hearing my own voice. That's why I keep my things muted. I gotta remember how to do this. All right. Yeah, boy, I don't need to invite you. You know how to get to my Minds channel. Just jump into the gathering. If anybody else would like to join me, just feel free to message me and let me know in chat. It's I do pay attention to chat, guys, because I actually enjoy conversating with you guys. It's about interaction too, because we learn from each other. Because we all has different walks in life. We all have our own experiences. And we share those experiences and we learn from them. You may have encountered something, done something that, I don't Might not have seen it, or it's happened to me, but I didn't. I missed something, which I tend to do a lot. Like I said, I spend a lot more time on my side of my head anymore than with anybody else. Better conversations, I guess. I don't know. One too many voices, maybe. Probably not. Probably not enough voices, truthfully. But, I do love talking to people. And that's something I've enjoyed. It kind of sucked during COVID. But I've had some good conversations during them, too, because, I wasn't the only rebel that was enjoying being out and about. Honestly, last year was probably one of my best years. I loved it. Thank you, COVID. It was a gift that kept on giving. Yeah, mine's kind of bouncing up and down. They must have fixed the issue on the mines because I didn't get kicked off at the R mark. But I know you definitely have some things you've been wanting to talk about. Like I said, I still got a bunch of shit I want to talk about. Yeah, race theory, transgenderism, corruption in our government, and you don't want me to get started on our. Who's our president? It's Kamala, right? Not Biden. She's the one running the show. She's got the pants up. I don't know. Just saying. How that man well, I know how he got elected, but hey, I think we all do. The other great gift that gave for COVID, the rigging of an election. It's just, wow, yeah. I think we'll stay off that subject. Oh, yeah, there was the siege on the Capitol, too. Wow. The part I didn't get about that whole thing? How these motherfuckers got in there with guns. It was impossible. And for those that don't believe me, I can put you in contact with people that were there that had to go through each and every checkpoint, lose their bags, couldn't go in with a stick for their selfies, for their cameras, couldn't take their tripods in. There was no way you were getting in there with a gun. Period. And that is as factual as you can get. That whole shindig was a setup from the get-rip. And it kind of bit them in the ass. Damn, is your computer that slow? I thought mine was slow. No, actually, mine's not slow. It's just my crappy internet. I'm still hoping later to get Rob on. Well, oh boy, I know he's got some things he wants to talk about. Probably wants to cuss me out of it too. So I've kind of dropped off the face of the earth here of late. But he should be used to it by now, hopefully. I mean, sometimes you just got to kick that. Sometimes you just can't stare into the abyss. You just got to kick that door wide the fuck open and walk on through. And do a walkabout. Yeah, I might want to chill on this Crown Peach. It's actually pretty good with Mountain Dew. Well, of course, the other options are probably worse. Let me see. There's a bottle of Crown, or no, there's several bottles of Crown. Regular cognac version. Actually, I don't have no Jaeger. Captain, blackberry brandy. Oh, Patron. Nope. We ain't doing that. I think we'll stick to the Crown Peach. It's fourth. It is after all Independence Day and of course our 4th of July, and I've been saving it for a special occasion. Plus, after what happened Friday, find out who spiked my drink. Oh boy. They will be held to pay for that one. I mean, what have you guys been up to this 4th of July? I mean, like I said, I hope you guys been out there enjoying it. I mean, I've been out and about today. Quite a little bit more than I should have been. But, because I was on my way to Indiana. Caught a huge, I got stuck in a detour for like 20 minutes. Because they had a huge festival going on in Angola celebrating the 4th of July, and I was happy to see it. Happy to see all those cars, the people walking, conversation. Oh man, it felt good to see that. That's freedom. That's the freedom they keep trying to take from us. In California, that's California, I get it. It does definitely need to become a sink off in the ocean sometime soon. That's probably never going to happen in my lifetime, so we can dream, right? I'd get rid of so much propaganda right there. I mean, gotta love actors, though. They'll say and do anything for a paycheck. They're the true prostitutes. Not the prostitutes that work the street corners, because they enjoy what they do. These people are just for the money. You're going to pay me to say what? Yep. I'll bet. How much? Oh, yeah. I'll say that. I'll endorse that. And don't practice what they preach. That's Hollywood for you. That's California for you. Oh, a few other states like that, too. I mean, Portland. Chicago. Oh, my God. Every week it's like 20 in the 20s. Murder rate going on. I mean, shit. Well, yeah. I'm not trying to think about that. But I mean, defund the police. Jesus fucking Christ. How dumb can you get? I mean, it's not dumb. If you think about it strategically, you want to defund the police. You really want to defund the sheriff's department. Why? Because technically the sheriff's department trumps Fed when it comes to jurisdiction. Little known fact. And if you can get them out of the equation, you can control law. You can mandate how things are policed. So let's defund the police. Let's get them out of here. We'll bring in our own. Now, what is our own? We've seen how... I don't want to... Hey, welcome, Bree. Excuse me. Wow.
Good evening, everybody. How you
I don't
doing?
want to offend the good contractors out there. But we've seen how contracts go with certain contract agencies. I'm sorry, I don't want contractors policing our state, our towns. I don't want the military policing our towns. Sorry. No offense to you soldiers out there, but things don't go well. Never does. I mean, I can refer to what happened in Kent State with the National Guard. No. I'm against the corruption in the police department, but I am not against the good cops. And that's who you're hurt. But, it's like I've said to that. The cops need to police themselves. They can clean up the corruption better than any of us. They know who the corrupt cops are. But we've seen the horror stories on that one. Cop was it Baltimore, I believe, was supposed to testify against 4 other cops, and happened to show up at the scene and got shot dead right before the day before a court hearing, where he was supposed to testify against 4 other officers that were pretty corrupt. So, it's a two-edged sword. Like I said, there's corruption and everything. With that, I'm going to let Bree talk for a bit. And I'm going to enjoy my drink. You there? I'm quite sure people are tired of hearing my voice. So I guess my voice will continue for a bit longer and irritate you guys some more. Yep. I'm sure she'll be back, or I touched on a subject that she don't want to talk about. It's not like I'm trying to talk about Domino. No, we're not going there. I actually want some conversation. And that's also my respect of other people. I know what they do for a living, and some things they can't talk about, and I respect that. Doesn't mean I won't joke around about it, but at the same time, there's just some things. Even I will admit this. There's some things that's probably best left unsaid, and there's been a few things I've left unsaid because of, hey, it's not worth losing the channel for, or it's not worth a month worth of being tailing and trailed and phone tapped. It gets old after a while. It really does. I'm a nobody. And I like to keep it that way. And, I catch backlash and grief for that because I don't advertise. I don't put my shit out there. No, those who find it will find it. That's what it's meant for. I firmly believe in that little law of an attraction. The person who's meant to see this video, they will find it on their own. They don't need me spewing on us. Hit the like button, share. Man, don't. Really, I don't. I don't want to be a big channel. I like being a small channel. I get away with so much stuff. It's a loophole. And plus, I know I have those eavesdroppers that like to eavesdrop, watch, and they'll go spew my message on their big channels. It's a win-win. I don't care if you're taking something I said. I pointed out. It's free. It's open source. Do what you... I'm not going to say that. I'll stop myself there. I was about to say do what you wish with it, but yeah, let's not do all that. Be respectful with it. Because you don't want to meet the other guy. Trust me. You don't want to meet the other me. Like I said, I'm in retirement. There you are. Can't hear you, though. You muted? Really? Your mic's not picking up. It took me a second to get my mic to work. But then again, I'm rusty and out of practice. I haven't done a podcast in, I don't know, 6 months. The last podcast I did was Dark Times, I think. That was about 6 months ago. Back after the inauguration. Because Biden kept on spewing the words. I mean, and we are truly in dark times. I mean, paperwork, please. Here, you need to wear the sticker. It's getting ugly. You know, and that's part of the fear campaign too. They want you to be fearful and go get the vaccine because they want you to know you can. That way, you can go to the stores. You can keep your job. You won't be labeled. Too late, guys. You're all labeled. You're all haves, nots. I don't know how we got off the subject of haves and have nots. Oh, it's me. I like to ramble. I mean, that's the one thing I can tell everybody that voted in the selection cycle that allowed things to go the way they did. Congratulations to the world. You've managed to do what every government's tried and failed and put everyone on a list so they can be tracked and controlled. You are now part of the haves and have-nots. I don't care if you got your vaccine. And I don't care if you don't. I've seen enough loss from those that have. I've suffered those losses and from my family members that got it, then caught COVID and died. So, but yet I've seen others that, hey, it is what it is. But now we're all on a list. We're all haves and have-nots. How far does it go? Where is this road that we're now on lead to? How dark is it going to get? I know I've heard of some factories, some people that have said, well, their factory made us put labels or badges or whatever, stickers on. And those that wear the stickers, they're the have-nots. They haven't been vaccinated. We have to wear masks. As I stated, in Europe, they passed fucking laws to where if you want to travel, you want to board a plane and go to another country, you must show paperwork that you are vaccinated. Where does this road go? How long before some of these major corporations, such as Walmart, Target, Lowe's, fuck Menards, they're anti-patriot, anti-military, anti-American as they come. Before they say, we need to see papers. I need to see that you're vaccinated. Or how long before they implement the biometric system completely to where it says, oh, he's a have-not. He's in our store. Sir, ma'am, you need to leave. You're not vaccinated. Well, how do you know that? Because you're already on a list. You're on the list of haves or have-nots. You have not been vaccinated. Therefore, you cannot shop in our store. How many out there say, oh, our government will never allow that? What has your government done for you? Giving you free checks that's put us further in debt, so far in debt that, yeah, we're on the verge of economic collapse. We're on the verge of bankruptcy because they just want to print money and give it out like it's free, saying, oh, it is free. You don't have to pay us back. Oh, I've heard that song and dance before. That's straight from the socialist playbook. Free education. It's not free. Taxpayers pay for your education. There is nothing in this world that is free. Those that say, well, friendship's free. No, it is not. The concept of it is But no, we rely on our friends for our needs. Our friends are our shoulder to cry on, a person to go to. And they look at it the same way. They might not see it that way, but it is that way. Yes, we're family. Oh, times are hard. Can you help us out? I need somebody to vent to. Which, and all good friends, gonna let that happen. So you can vent to me all you want. I mean, if it helps you cope and get over with what you're going through, go ahead. I'll even be. I'm getting a little too old to be a punching bag, but you know, it's a give or take situation. It's that law of attraction. We draw people to us for a reason. Some of it's for learning. Some of it's because that person was what we needed at that time in our stage in our life. And we may be friends for the rest of our life. But there's nothing in this world that's free. It's how we interpret it. You know, I give you my kindness, my respect, and all this. But I don't expect it in return. I think that's the catch. Not to expect it in return. Don't do things expecting a reward. But yeah, so many people get programmed that it's about that. We have to feel something in return. We have to know that we can go to this person when things aren't right, and being a good human being, we want to be that and do that. Some of us can't speak for everybody, but then when we come down the road, we find when we're in that situation, at least I do, there's nobody there when you need them. Wow, it sucks, doesn't it? That's just my luck. But I'm the type of person that just bottles things up till it just goes kaboom. Not healthy, doesn't work. Still haven't learned the lesson, but hey, it works for me for the time being to cope with things, to get me through the next day. I'm probably the most optimistic person you'll ever meet. But in reality, you gotta be. We gotta hope for a better tomorrow, a better today, better than what yesterday was. And honestly, we gotta deprogram ourselves from letting things control us. We gotta take control. Yes, we're gonna have our bad times. We're gonna have our ups and downs. But it cannot rule us. We have to rule it. We have to tell ourselves that little white lie. Well, it's gonna get better. And eventually it will. I mean, a few things might come down and kick you in the ass along the way, but hey, that's life. The problem is, it's where do we draw the lines on certain things? Where do we draw the lines on this have and have nots? There's so many ways this can go, and I just keep looking back to World War II, to how Hitler did. Show me your documents. Are we headed down that road again? History does have a tendency to repeat itself. Different names, different things. We're so good at changing labels, calling it something different, but it's still the same damn thing. In the end, where do we draw the line? What do we say? Okay, hold up, enough's enough. How long do we allow other people to control our lives? Have complete power over us. The founding of this country, it was about So much. It was so much because they lived through a time and age where their forefathers, they went through persecutions. It didn't matter. I mean, religious persecutions. Oh, I'm a peasant, so therefore I'm slave labor. I mean, truthfully, peasants they were. They were treated like slaves. They had real no rights. They did what their dukes and lords and kings and queens dictated. Whatever the monarchy or whatever the label of the government at the time. Even in the Roman Empire, you had citizens. Anybody that wasn't a citizen really had no rights, no full freedoms. Yes, they had a Senate. Yes, they had a Caesar, which was only supposed to rule during times of crisis or military uprising. Once conflict was over, the Caesar was supposed to return power back to the Senate. But we've seen how Senate was in the Roman times. It was corrupt. It was about fattening their purses. It's never been about, even in our time, about the everyday person. If you ain't rich, you're not the elite. You're not somebody of known stature. You don't matter. And that is how our politicians view us. And there's a few out there that aren't like that. But more likely, they don't get elected. And if they do, they're the lone wolf. Well, let's rephrase. They're the lone sheep in a den of wolves because no one's got their back. It's been proven a few times. We had a junior senator that brought a law in front of Congress to protect against insider trading. And they basically told this guy, or I can't remember if it was a guy or a chick, it's been so long ago, don't bring this back in front of us. Well, then everybody remember the Visa scandal? Where Congress made a fortune off of insider trading? And then the truth came out. Well, they passed that law that they told this person never bring back to us into effect, and they made amendments to it when nobody was looking, to where they can still get away with it, make money. I mean, you don't think these senators that make millions and billions off the pharmaceutical industry? Please. They knew which companies were going to produce what, they knew what's going to be allowed. And we're on the vaccine thing. Let's talk about what WHO said about it. World Health Organization. You guys do realize that on many of these vaccines, they stopped animal trials because it was killing the animals. We're just going to jump right to human trials. Wait, what? You stopped these trials because it's killing the animals. Then you said, oh, fuck it. We're just going to go right straight to human trials. Really? They publicly announced this, guys. You can go find the video. And it's like, really? And you want to go get vaccinated? I mean, I get it. Everyone wants to be popular. Everybody wants to be on the haves list. They want to keep up with the Joneses. But wait. They said what? They stopped animal trials because it was killing the animals. So we just stopped and went to human trials. Wait, what the fuck? That don't compute. Oh, wait, yeah, it does. There's no laws and regulations against vaccines. It's a kangaroo court, which is almost impossible to win because your defense attorney is not only a defense attorney, he's the judge, jury, and executioner. Literally. You got to pay for anything. You can't subpoena anything. You got to pay for your own scientific data. You're screwed. That's how they work vaccines. So there's no true oversight over vaccines. Oh, I got the flu. I need to go get the flu shot. So I need last year's flu injected into me for this year's new flu. Doesn't compute because that's the injection you're getting, last year's flu variant. And you're injecting the flu into your system. COVID ain't new. They called it COVID-19 for a reason. In the end, it's still dealing with SARS. And how long has SARS been a little problem child? 90s? I think first case maybe 80s? It's not new. But we're going to change the labels of it each time something new comes about and call it something different. So I don't care how many times you rename something. It's still the same damn thing. And when this is all said and done, we're still not going to know the real number of how many people actually died from COVID, from SARS, because people had the flu. They were being labeled as COVID, right? And how many people a year die from the flu? A lot. They used that as part of their propaganda to further instill fear. And here we are today, where everybody found themselves on the list of haves and have-nots. A road that's probably going to be the most treacherous and dangerous road we travel until somebody finally gets smart and puts an end to it. But are they going to? That's the problem. Where is those somebody's going to come from? Because it's not going to be from our government. It's not going to be from any country or other world's governments. Because now they got their foot on everybody's neck. Now they have the true power. Now they have. You're no longer free. You are going to do as you're told. And you're going to like it. And if you don't, well, we know that scenario. It played out through World War II with Hitler. Here's a camp for you. We got to separate you from the population. You're a danger to society. See how dangerous this road is becoming and can become? And more than likely will become before people stand up. But unfortunately, it'll be like everything else that seems to happen, a day late and a dollar short. It should have happened right at the beginning. That's the problem. We wait too long before and it's designed that way. They do all this propaganda, all this mislabeling, pitting people together. Here, I need you to look over here for a bit. We'll give you something to look at over here. BLM played participant in this. Defund the police played participant in this. We need you to look over here for a little bit. Distract you from this over here so we can further implement it along. Smoke and mirrors. Illusions. And so many people are quick to jump right on board and go where they're being led. It's a true case of the blind following the blind. Something major happens over here. It's major. Why? Because your first red flag is CNN's reporting it. Your second red flag, any media is reporting it. Your third red flag is Congress is talking about it. Which means you should not be looking over there. You should be looking where they don't want you to look. If it's distracting you for something major that's going on at the moment, well, I used a key word. It's a distraction. It's smoke and mirrors. They don't want you on the key moment. They want you off it for a bit. They want to derail you so they can implement something else. Same song and dance keeps unfolding, and we keep playing right along. That's kind of why I've not streamed in a while. It's like, what's the point? Literally, what's the point? I'm preaching to the choir for the most part. And then there's the other side of me, that little angel on my other shoulder, devil over here saying, "What's the point?" And the angel over here is, the point is, like you say, it's meant for somebody out there, and they will find it. It's like, yeah, true. But what's the point? We keep repeating this vicious cycle. We find ourselves in different fucking, I don't know, what's the proper term? It's not think tanks, but it's a soup. Everybody in same mindset. Nobody questioning each other's opinions. It's all the same group. Okay, we're all on the MAGA train. Yeah, well, that was dangerous in itself. But nobody wanted to question that part. I was one of the few that did, because I seen the dangers of a movement like that. Because now when he steps out of line, are you going to question it? Oh, well, we seen the backlash from that. When he said something that he later didn't do and retracted, and once like, I can't do that, but we're going to find a way to do it. He would right the ship, but he was known for speaking something that he shouldn't, because sometimes he just wants to say something to say, we're going to do something about this. And somebody spoke up about it. It's like, no, you can't. That's unconstitutional. And but he did right the way. He fixed those things where he made a slip that I respected about him. But as soon as you're attacking President Trump, you're not about MAGA. No, I'm doing what my job as a U.S. citizen is. When somebody steps out of line and violates the Constitution, violates or threatens our freedoms and liberties, it is our due diligence to speak out. We have to voice those things, whether it goes against the grain or not. That's what we're celebrating today, those concepts. But nobody wants to step outside that box and question everything, and maybe bring up a topic that's so unpopular that's going to trigger so many people. Oh, you know what? You did your job. I commend you. You made people think, question things. The old saying, the truth hurts. When somebody gets triggered, you said something truthful that struck a nerve so deep, I think they hit the thumbs down, or they just stopped watching. Doesn't matter. You planted that seed. Now they're going to question something. It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. It might be 5 years down the road. But you awoken something inside them. You did your job. That's why I do podcasts. I enjoy interacting with a crowd that seems to be worse than the peanut gallery right now. But as long as you're enjoying your drinks or your smokes or whatever you're doing for the day, if you actually enjoyed my irritating voice, well, I got to commend you there alone. It took me a second to reset my audio. It did not want to connect my audio for some odd, dumb reason. But today is about celebration. It's about, I guess I'm being the downer on celebration, aren't I? No, I'm actually good spirited, enjoying some drinks, kind of happy in life. This week's been I don't want to talk about this week, honestly. But it's been good. You know, and like I said, I got nobody to blame how this week went but myself. Which is, character flaws that I have to fix. And that's what it's, talking to people. That's what it's about. I'm probably as much antisocial as it comes, honestly. I do enjoy socializing from time to time. I do prefer the solitude of my own self. Why? Because there's an old saying amongst a few of my friends, I have a tendency to break the things I touch. So it's good for me to take a break from things from time to time before I break something. Or before I find myself screwing something up. Gotten good at it over the years, but yeah, I still need reminded from time to time. Thankfully, like I said, I was surrounded myself with a lot of honest people and not scared to tell me the truth when I say something or do something that I don't realize is, beside the point for right now. Damn, Bree, your audio's giving you that much problems? But it does feel good to be back doing a podcast. Enjoying some time with you guys, which we know me. I'm not known for short podcasts. And I'm pretty well known for losing my viewers as quick as I get them. What would you guys like to talk about? Let's go there for a bit. Trust me, I still got things I want to talk about. I'm kind of stalling, so I want Bree to come in and chat, or Rob whenever he figures out I'm actually live, or anybody else. I mean, for those that don't know, most of my podcasts are always open. All you gotta do is just say, "Hey, I want to join you." I can either hook you up with a phone number, you can call in, or I can link you and you can join me. You don't have to be on cam. Trust me, I honestly prefer my ugly mug wasn't on the showing right now, but sometimes it's good to show your face. Hey, I'm a real person. I'm not hiding behind a screen. Plus, this helps me deal with my phobia of having my picture taken, especially right now. Yeah. I mean, seriously, you don't know how bad it's gotten. I think you guys know I'm missing my front teeth. I'm actually missing 8 teeth. I'm not going to name the company's name. Oh, fuck yes, I am. Aspen Dental. They can suck it. Fucking, oh my God. They had me so heated 2 weeks ago. I mean, literally, I had to pull the ultimate bluff game. Yeah, people don't play poker with me much. Or any card game with me that much, but yeah, there's a reason. And they found out quick. Hey, brother, I haven't seen you in a while. Of course, I haven't been around either. But when I got my teeth done, I went in because I had an abscess. I had to get it removed. I've been putting it off for years. I ended up paying, because I had the money, I ended up paying for it all. Well, they talked me into like a deep clean, and I had a fractured or split tooth. They're like, well, we can cap it, or according to your dental records, you've been needing a root canal on that tooth. It's dead. There's no saving it. Or we can pull it and give you a partial. So they talked me into it. Then I started researching the deep clean. I was like, hell no, especially right now. So I talked to them, and they were cool with just doing the regular cleaning. Trust me, I've got PTSD with fucking dentists. That had one almost kill me. So yeah, they had to give me a sedative to pull my teeth, which ended up screwing everything up. I ended up having to take vacation time from work. I had it all scheduled, including the partial denture, and they talked me into going ahead and pulling both the front teeth instead of just capping one. And 2 weeks ago, I went to the dentist to get my impressions done for the final denture. Oh no, they're like, well, we can't do the top. We need to do a clean. I'm like, okay, cool. Even the dentist said I need to be able to put indents. He showed me what the partial is going to look like, how it's wired with the metal and stuff. And he's like, it'll be like your perfect teeth. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm like, because I was working so much overtime. Like I said, from January till middle of April, I was working almost 13-hour shifts.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, fucking. Oh,
that was me earlier.
God. They completely fiddle fucked around on the settings and everything. I had everything just showing these motherfuckers, and there are a few different people that you just don't fuck with, and usually the most corrupt motherfuckers are the motherfucking dentists.
Oh my god. Well, no, no, I'm still on Skype. I just don't have it open. What happened was I went in there for the cleaning. They wake me up. I told them don't call me after 12 o'clock because I work third shift. I work long hours and I'll be in bed. And they wake me up. They're like, well, we're bumping up an hour to 2:30 instead of 3:30. So we're actually going to be able to do your whole mouth instead of your partial mouth. It didn't register. The partial mouth is for the deep clean, because the deep clean, my insurance will only cover half the side of my mouth. Then I have to wait another month to 3 months before they'll cover the other half. And I'm like, no. They're like, when I went in there, I seen the shit laying on the table. I'm like, seen what I thought was a needle. I'm like, oh, hell no. I mean, I'm paranoid of needles. And they're like, well, I'm like, we're doing a deep clean? They're like, yeah. I'm like, no, we already talked about this. Dennis said I only needed a regular clean. And they were like, well, we can't do your partial then. Well, I'm like, well, bullshit. That's already paid for. Well, we'll reimburse your money. I'm like, no. I'd have never had my front teeth pulled. I'd have had it capped. The one that was chipped, capped. And I'm like, you owe me teeth. And you can't replace them. You're doing that denture. They're like, well, no, we can't. I'm like, bullshit. Well, we don't got it on file. So I'm like, because they changed their whole staff. I'm like, it was on file. And they're like, well, we can't do it. So we're just going to reimburse your money. So I picked up my phone and hit, I knew who was in my first contact. I'm not going to mention her name. It hit redial. I'm like, I'm forced me to call my lawyer. Let it ring, and it's like, they're like, well, wait, let me go talk to the dentist. Because the dentist said all I need is a regular clean. The ultimate bluff game. It was all about the money, because the deep clean's like $6,000 by itself. And it was all about the money. New staff, we think we can get this over. I'm like, no. All right, so we'll see you in a bit. So, when it was all said and done, the dentist was like, no, he just needs a clean. I just need to be able to go in there, indent a couple of his teeth. You guys can cast him right afterwards. But man, it's like they were refusing to give me my teeth. It's like, no, it's not working like that. I'd have never got them pulled. Call me, I don't know. I mean, it don't bother me because I don't wear the healing denture that I got because it don't fit right. It's uncomfortable. I don't know. It's just something about that. It irked me the wrong way. And when it's all said and done, it was about the money. They wanted to make more money. And like I told them, and you couldn't do the full deep clean today because the insurance won't cover it. They're like, I'm like, yeah. You're telling me you looked at my file. That part's on file. They're like, oh. And it's like, you fucking scam artist. So no, I will never. Once I get this denture done, I will never do any business, and I don't recommend anybody else do any business with Aspen Dental.
What's fucking tragic is I had reached out back in March with one of the local dentists that my insurance company had recommended because they were so close, and my insurance company only works within certain circles. And then I went in, had the initial, and there was a whole bunch of back paperwork because I had just gotten a full set of dentures in 2018, and my lowers had actually shattered. They got knocked off the counter by one of my lovely, adorable fur balls, and it met the wheel of my chair. Now, for most people know, I do use a prosthetic, but I also do use a chair.
You got a badass prosthetic, though.
Wait till, fuck you.
Speaking of Independence Day, your prosthetic.
Let me go get the new one. 1 second.
I mean, I wish I could have tattoo work like this. Well, I probably could if I could afford it. I ain't affording that anytime soon. Not the way the inflation is. Fucking greedy bastards. You just can't let a fucking country boy survive a little bit.
All right.
And enjoy things.
This is the new socket. Look at that.
That is badass.
And I actually designed this one. Now this isn't this is actually a little bit more loud. Liberty and injustice for all. United we stand. One nation. Under God. Indivisible. The other one.
Man, you keep saying that, you're gonna trigger some people, man.
Yeah, what?
All these fucking cupcakes and snowflakes out there, God.
To break, I will run out to the van and I will get my other socket. Now, you want to talk about triggering people?
Well, I'm gonna give you the floor for a minute. I gotta use the bathroom if I can actually make it down the stairs.
Yeah, one for my COVID killers, huh?
No, I'm actually. Well, yeah, but no, I'm actually drinking straight Crown Peach.
Oh,
I've had this bottle that I've been saving for a special occasion, and why not bust it out on my first podcast in over 6 months?
Well,
and I'll be like, ooh, yeah, maybe.
If we hear a thud, folks, we know what happened. You know, there are a lot of things that, you know, I took a little nap this afternoon and I woke up and news was getting ready to start, and I don't normally watch the news, and you'd be surprised at the number of states out there that was more than 70% vaccinated. The interesting dilemma was, or parallel, was they were these ultra progressive, left-leaning states that had greater than 70% vaccination rate. And I was like, are you kidding me? And they ended that segment with saying that there will always be at least a 30% number of people that do not get the jab. And I thought that was very interesting that 30% of the people of Americans will not take the jab. And that was very interesting that they would do a segment about how many people that they were celebrating their 70% number by the 4th. And while we're talking about Independence Day, maybe people ought to go digging into the date. Earlier in the pod, you were talking about the date of our independence and what that date actually was, and that really makes one stop and think: is it January or July 4th? Is it July 2nd? Because back in 1775, 1776, it took a long ass time for things to circulate. And in all actuality, it was not ratified until September the 17th. So, folks, where do you draw your line as to what day is Independence Day? Well, for somebody who has...
I know where I draw the line is. Every fucking day is Independence Day.
Somebody who has donned the uniform for a very long time, and I almost wish that our brother would have...
stronger.
Well, that would mean that you need to cut it with something. Maybe some Mountain...
I got to drink it first before I can cut it.
Well, then drink some Mountain Dew. Every day.
I mean, it was a full bottle when I started.
Yeah, key word was. Bottom line, where do we draw the line in the sand? You alluded to the SARS situation. We can actually walk that back even farther yet.
Okay, I thought we could. I just my research kind of stops around the 80s.
Actually, COVID has been around since 65.
Okay. I remember we had this discussion. I just couldn't remember how far back.
So if people really want to go there, this animal, this beast, it's kind of like the old Trojan virus. You could walk this beast all the way back.
I mean, it was the ultimate Trojan horse, though.
It really was. But there's so much that can't be said for obvious reasons. But at the same time, if you don't, like all these UFO declassified files that have come out, they had a choice 35, 40 years ago. They either declassify or they simply don't say a word. You can't have your cake and throw
Eat
all
it
these
too.
little fucking breadcrumbs around. Really fucking simple here, people. This isn't rocket science. Um, you don't drop all these little breadcrumbs out, and then all of a sudden you drop bombshells, and then you go dark, and you don't say another motherfucking word. Um, there's a lot of us out here who um, are very articulate in our craft and what we do. And, you know, there, the unique thing is that a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, don't seem to understand. I'm going to like this bit. Um, there's another area that people seem to be deaf to the
Picking up a
understanding.
lot of static.
Um, there, is that any better?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, well, actually, a little bit. I still hear some little static in the background, but I can live with that.
It could be coming off my headphones because my earphone jack is really in trouble.
Okay.
But the biggest thing, if you've noticed how many cold cases have globally. I mean, we're not just talking here in the U.S. We're talking globally. How many cold cases since over the last 17 months, 16, 17 months, how many cold cases have been closed because of DNA? How did they
Exactly.
get the DNA? They got it from the COVID test. And virtually every nation, every second world nation has their own form of notice. Virtually all of them do. And people really need to pay attention to this. And it's not just one race that is any different than the other in this aspect. Um, you mentioned earlier about Chicago and where their numbers are at every single weekend. I think it was somewhere near last night. I got a notification. There's like 29 and 9, and this was at like 11 o'clock last night, and I was like, holy shit. That's insane. You know, um, but it is what it is, and you can't change it. People don't seem to understand just how all the cold cases are getting cracked, and then all these newer cases are also getting solved. But it goes even deeper. There's been over 60 people that have been freed after decades and decades of incarceration because of DNA. And how did they get the DNA? Because the prison system, again, going back to the Constitution, were they subjected or sentenced to submitting a DNA sample at time of incarceration? I don't think that the judges had that kind of across the board line of thought with most of these, but it's kind of strange the numbers of people that whose sentences are being vacated because they were wrongfully convicted. I mean, this is insane. One guy did 45 years for a murder in Mobile, Alabama, Um, and it just happens that way. How did they get his DNA this long after the fact, fresh DNA? They did it through COVID tests within the prison. And people don't think that they're not harvesting the DNA and sending it off to the federal system.
Oh, they
I
are.
call bullshit. I call bullshit. And when you question the doctors about it, and about once every 2 or 3 weeks, I'm getting reminder calls from the clinic, and now I'm starting to get calls from the doctor that because of the Delta variant coming,
Mm-hmm.
that my medical system is going to be changing the way that they do different things, and that if I don't take the jab, which I have no intentions of anyway, um, because of a statement that was put out by a certain somebody, that there is no guarantee that any vaccine could work with the Delta.
Well,
But
I
that
mean,
you should get it is what they were saying. And I'm like,
yeah.
and I counteracted the doc and I said, you were the one that told me straight up that these shots would most likely kill me. I said, so what is more deadly? Taking the jab or not, and taking my chances. I said, there were, funny thing is over the last few years, there was a landmark Supreme Court decision called My Body, My Choice.
Mm-hmm.
And the My Body, My Choice ruling can work in so many ways.
Yes, it can.
And
Every law is a two-edged sword if you know how to use it and sell it. I mean, that's what you do when you go to court. You're selling your interpretation of the law to your fellow peers or the judge. It's a fucking, I mean, it's a salesman's game. If you can pitch how you interpret the law and get them to believe it, you're winning the case.
and in this case, that there's been a couple of states that have chose to question
Mm-hmm.
the efficacy of, can a employer require you or penalize you by wearing a muzzle or not. I think Ohio, didn't they just have a Supreme Court case that forbid an employer from mandating vaccines and masks? Didn't they just have that ruling come down not
I
so
think
long
so, but
ago?
I also think it. I mean, we've had Supreme Court justices flat out say that no corporation or company can force you to show paperwork, show that you're documented. In fact, they don't even have the right to ask you. But I know here in Ohio, I mean, I don't think Be Rich will mind if I drop his name. And he posted a tweet a week or two ago how at his place where he's working that they have to wear a badge or a sticker or something.
Something on their hat.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's stating that those that wear it aren't vaccinated and have to wear a mask. See, now where I work, they can't force us to wear a mask because it actually endangers our health.
And
Which probably says says not wearing a mask probably quite dangerous to my health too. But fuck it,
here, all right, we're gonna take, since we've been doing a little bit of historical diving here. We're gonna take a dive all the way back to 1918. Just for all
Oh
you,
man, that's like fucking way before my time.
we're gonna take a deep dive. And one of my friends who I hold in great esteem, also a veteran. Uh, he found some very interesting information about the Spanish flu, because back then they also masked up, and a majority of those deaths, it wasn't the Spanish flu that killed them. It was bacterial pneumonia that killed them because of wearing the fucking mask. This is not up for debate, people. This is not.
But while we're back in those time periods, did they shut the government down? Did they try to hinder people from going to elections? Did they say you can't go out and celebrate the 4th of July, your Independence Day? No, they did not. Did not. It was business as usual.
They did do because my grandparents married just a year after that. I was, because I've been doing cleaning out my mom's house, and after she passed, and it's kind of coincidental. You know, you mentioned that you had a couple family members who passed from COVID after getting the jab, and my mom got the jab, and less than 60 days after her, now she had been fighting round 2 of cancer, a very aggressive form of cancer. She had been fighting it for a long time, in 3 years on chemo, and that's pretty aggressive. And the interesting thing is that 60 days after she died, now she never did get exposed to COVID or anything of that nature, but it seems awfully coincidental that 63 days after her last jab, she was admitted to the hospice care. 63 days, and within, it was like 71 days total after the jab, she passes. Kind of interesting timing. And our friend, the last initial is A. I'm not going to go too much farther into that. Just got his first, and he's sick as fuck.
Wait, are we talking about a mister?
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't know that.
Because his so-called electrocardiologist badgered him and buffaloed him.
Oh, yeah. They've been doing that. I know about that.
And this is where, and before his, that I had heard his doctor badgering him about it, mine had been badgering me about this too. So it begs to question how much are these doctors getting as a kickback? What's the number that they're getting as a kickback from the recommending their patients take a jab, and then being very specific that you need to take the P1. You know what? No, I don't need to take any jab. I'm quite healthy, thank you. I survived it in December of 19. I survived it. Yeah, I was sick as hell, but
yeah. Well, and mine was actually wasn't 19. It was actually 18 because I got it in December before anybody knew what it was. That's the worst I've ever been. I've never been that sick.
No, I in the nearly 5 years that we've been doing streams together, I don't remember you ever being that sick. Before or after, whether it was induced or otherwise.
I'm not that. Well, wait, I don't know. Friday was probably a close second. When I catch the asshole who did it, I might come out of retirement.
But the bottom line is that these people need to start to exercise some critical thinking, not critical race thinking, because
Oh, yeah.
it,
I don't know. I don't know if I've had enough to drink yet to go there.
it doesn't require uh, any substances to go there. You know, being of mixed race myself,
I mean, I am too. So
but it
everybody
there's
is. That's the fucked up part.
exactly. We don't need all these teachers and all these people. If you really think about it, critical race theory.
It's indoctrination. It's indoctrination to be racist.
It's this falls into the socialist
Oh yeah, they're playing.
mindset of we went from Common Core to
Oh God,
a couple other things along the way, and then I took the liberty since school year 1920 was predominantly done virtually. I got the opportunity to actually look at some of the curriculum that was being handed out to not only to people within my inner circle, but to some of my family members too. And when they start, I've got 4 autistic nieces and nephews in total. And when you start in the 3rd, 4th grade, going off on these tangents, and a teacher steps in and says, that's not true. That's against the curriculum that we're teaching. You have to rewrite your report. We're talking a 4th grader.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I called the school. And I lit that teacher up. I mean, I literally lit the teacher up. And then I lit the school board up. And the superintendent. And I asked them, I said, within your curriculum, where is your history of how the U.S. entered into Korea or Vietnam? And they're like, oh, well, we don't talk about that because that doesn't fit.
Represent what America is today, which is a Common Core saying.
It was something within that realm. And I said, all right. I says, but yet you'll lean on every word that Dr. King, the 60s, Malcolm X, you will lean on those words and you will preach that narrative, but you won't go on and talk about what actually happened at Kent State and what the events that actually led up to Kent State. And be factual and truthful with your students about real numbers, not the so-called 4, because there were actually 9. And folks, I ain't from Ohio,
No, but I am.
and so don't take my word for it. Go do your own research, and for all you people who think that, well, maybe the ARs are an evil, ugly weapon. Well, here's another little trinket history lesson for you. The AR was a training rifle initially, and you had to become proficient with it before you graduated to the fully automatic M4. Just a little history lesson there for you. That's how that rifle came into being. And if you weren't proficient with the first one, you damn sure didn't get thrown on the infantry line with a fully automatic weapon. I assure you of that.
But that's that debate. A civilian can't own a fully fucking automatic to begin with.
Actually,
It depends on the state. My bad. Depends on the state. And what? There's only like a couple states where you can. Texas being one of them.
There are most states, with the exception of the states that have limitations to magazine capacity, Illinois, California, New York, are the ones that come to mind to me. But most states, if you hold a federal Class C,
license,
or Class 3 license, you can legally own and possess.
Yeah, that's basically a federal fucking dealer's license, though.
No, it's actually not a dealer's license. It's a federal Class 3 weapons license, and they don't just hand those out. Trust me on that.
No.
Um,
Well, I mean, let's keep it real. I mean, anybody that knows anything about guns, it doesn't matter the caliber. It doesn't matter if it's fully automatic. I mean, we all know 22 is the most deadly at close range. We also know, fuck you, you can keep your fucking fully automatic fucking assault rifle.
Let me go get
and
some.
I'll step back here with my 30-06, and we'll see. We'll do the math.
I'm gonna go get something. Just a second.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's when it comes to its intent. It comes to, I mean, I hate fucking debates about guns. And it comes to people, and that's the problem. All these laws they pass, it doesn't stop the problem because it's not the fucking people that fucking go through the hoops and loops to own a gun, to get their license, to pay the federal taxes, go through all these checks and hoopla that are committing the fucking crimes. It's the criminals that's getting these guns off the streets, who knows from where, that are committing the crimes. It's not the law-abiding citizens that's committing the crime.
All right.
A Lapula don't count.
Oh no, this ain't a Lapula actually. Actually, it may look.
No, it is not.
No. What would you say that is?
Are those the original iron sights on that thing? Or are those railed? They're railed.
What would you say that is?
That's probably either a 30-06 or a 30-30.
I'm gonna rock your world.
22.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. This does not even fall in line as a classification as a gun.
Huh?
Does not even fall into a firearms classification.
Wait, is that black powder?
Nope.
No, it's got a magazine feed. Okay, you lost me now.
Does it? Does it really?
The only other one I know that doesn't fall right now. Well, the only one that comes to mind is the Shockwave.
Does that really fit?
Is that an SKS?
No,
No, it's not an SKS.
Nope. This would be an air rifle, non-CO2.
Ha. Okay.
Blazing at 1650 through a chronograph.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been watching videos on those air rifles. They're out there fucking dropping bore.
They're
dropping
Crossman,
big game with those things.
This is the Crossman Diamondback YouTube. So you can't ding Drew for showing a gun. It's an air rifle. It doesn't even fit into any criteria controlled by the ATF.
Nope.
So,
well, I didn't actually show the gun, so.
But here's the point. To date, 9 people have been killed at distances of 125 yards with that very model of rifle. 9.
Damn. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not long before they're going to step in and want to control that too. We've all been waiting for it.
And here's the thing. I was smart enough. I went out and I bought 2. It is maybe the most underrated survival rifle.
It is
on the market. Not your 22, and it's cheaper to fire.
Oh yeah, price of ammo these days, if you can find it.
Actually, to be quite honest, pellets.
We're still dealing with an ammo shortage around here.
Pellets, actually, 177 caliber pellets are actually because, and I haven't talked about this, but when I first saw this, I started doing research like I do everything else, and really thinking about it, and really doing due diligence. I mean, to look at that setup, how much do you think that cost me at Cabela's?
At Cabela's? I don't know. I really, the prices on those have been varying. I've seen them all the way up into the thousands. I've seen them as low as 200.
So what would you say?
I'd actually say around about 450, 475.
Nope.
Lower?
Much lower.
Wow.
With the scope. I started. Nope.
Damn.
Under $200.
At Cabela's?
Yeah.
Well, let's make a trip to Cabela's.
and this was the first one I bought, and I made the mistake of quasi zeroing it in without zeroing the iron sights first.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. That doesn't require a case. Leaving my house, riding in my vehicle, doesn't require a case. And I can run around with it hot. But to look at it, you would swear with that muzzle brake.
Yeah. When you first brought it, I was like, hey, no, the lapel don't count. Nope. I know you got one.
Those.
Okay, well.
But the thing is a lot of people are so fixed into a box that they don't want to think about other areas, other avenues
Right.
other options. And I mean, yeah, it's a when you get above a $100, you're talking a it now becomes a I guess this is where um, free spirit prepping and news comes into play. Um, is it a viable web, tool to take down game?
Well,
I
yeah.
hit a rabbit at 30 yards. I spun the rabbit 3 times
I mean,
with it.
some of those they're making all the way up into fucking 50, 60 caliber ammunition for, and they're hitting. I mean, they're dropping big game. I mean, big boar, big moose with air rifles.
I talked to one lady. Her uncle shot a mule deer at under 75 yards
Mm-hmm.
and did it in the fall leading into winter. Found it 2 days later, headshot it. People don't think that a 177 caliber can drop something that is classified as big game.
Now I know people that dropped deer with 22s. If you know where to put the shot, you don't
For
need a big caliber.
for 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 a little mathematical, most 22 rounds are 40-gram uh, projectiles traveling at right around 2,200 to 2,500 feet per second at variant distances.
Mm-hmm.
Muzzle velocity at 100 yards is 1650 and still climbing. And this is and we're talking a projectile at varying from 9.1 gram to 9.7 gram. And if you think about it, the backside of that pellet is hollow.
Yep.
I'm not going to go any farther down that rabbit hole. But there's a lot of things that can happen um, within that if you're smart enough to think outside of the box. Kind of almost
Yeah,
wish that sword point was in this one.
but that's part of what they've stripped from people. They don't want people thinking outside the box. They don't want people thinking at all, really. I mean, free thinkers is, well, history has shown what happens to free thinkers. They get labeled various colorful things: heathens, heretics, pagans, and whatnot. You're a free thinker. You're a danger to what the establishment, and you are, because you're thinking freely. You're questioning things. You're speaking about what you've questioned. You're causing conflict. You're causing chaos. You
Well,
know,
what was
people talk about, they don't understand the true meaning out of order, out of chaos.
what
Free
I
thinkers, they cause chaos because they provoke that trigger, provoke people to question things, think for themselves, which takes them out of that control that they've been put in. Don't realize it. Most people don't. They're being manipulated and controlled until you drop that little fucking chaos bomb on them, and it's like, wait, what? Fuck you. What are you talking about? And they get all pissy and mad, or I'm going to report you. You're once you trigger, you planted that seed of an awakening. And that's, truthfully, that's what our jobs are. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you thumbs down me. I don't give a flying fuck what you think about me.
the interesting thing is
My
you
job
know
here is to make you think.
that people I've gotten I'm kind of in a I haven't dropped a video myself in a fair amount of time, and I will be doing.
You dropped one. You dropped one more than I have.
I'm going to be doing an actual range day with this, since it doesn't classify it as um, an NFA or a firearm. Even I'm going to actually do a range video, um, breaking down this very uh, tool and the variables of what the scope brings to the table versus the other one that does not. What the differences are of the two, and be a little bit more critiquing on the video when I get time to do it. Um, but here's the interesting thing. When we're busy planning my mom's funeral, my mom's church that she had been with for nearly 15 years was still under a capacity limit. The state of Iowa is open, completely, totally open. Yet the church has a max of 50 people. In that, only about 1/3 of my family would be able to attend. And the pastor at St. Paul's had the audacity to come up to pull me aside, wouldn't go to my brothers or my sister, but came to me and said, I'm a little dismayed that you chose to have the services graveside versus in the church. I says, our mom would have wanted my family to be together as one instead of divided and not be able to attend because of your prerequisite and whatnot. And I'm like, get the hell out of here with your quotas or your capacity limits and stuff like that.
Well, see, that's was the other issue that irked me so bad. And I'm not a Christian, guys. I won't even claim to be. But that irked me so bad. Places of worship was limited or completely shut down. Have we not forgotten? This is, we celebrate Independence Day. Have we not forgotten? How did our preachers and congregation forget church and state are to be separate? They couldn't tell. They can't tell. They couldn't tell you to not house your congregation. Church and state are separate.
I had this very conversation with my own because I go to a totally different church than what my mom did, and I had this very conversation with my pastor, and he's like, we have different political views, and I'm like, oh yeah, we do. I says that I understand that maybe taking and trying to quote unquote protect. I says, but the moment that you fall in to lockstep with any entity other than the church, you are violating the oath that you took the day that you were ordained.
Yes,
you are violating that oath. And he's like, I don't see what you're driving home about. I says, by you putting not allowing or limited seating, you are violating intentionally. I says, and if you allow the church council to impose limits, then you are allowing them to subjugate not just you, but the entire body of the church as a whole. And they should be unseated as well because they have allowed politics outside of the church to step into play. And when you do that, you are no longer operating in a matter of what it is, because you alone are the one that determines what is best for the congregation as a whole, not some governmental agency who has no authority over you. And he's like, well, I gotta go.
Well, I mean, okay. God, I'm fucking the backlash I'm gonna get from this. Oh well. Hey, I'm not politically correct anyway. And
All
I'm
right, there are us.
well, probably not, but yeah, I'm about to. Oh boy, I'm about to open mouth, insert foot, fucking, and not just foot, the whole fucking ham chop. But okay, okay, it goes back to what I talked about here. Well, like I said, some of you guys,
And that's exactly what it is. It is using religion to help instill fear into the American populace.
it went more. It did more than that. I talk about your mind. Your mind is a powerful tool. You know what else is powerful? And I don't care what religion you are from. Your faith. Your faith in whatever God you choose to believe in, goddess, whatever. I don't care. I don't care what name you use. It's your faith. These preachers that allowed this to happen basically played a Peter. No. Oh yes, the scapegoat. What was his name? What the fuck? God, I know the Bible better than most Christians do. A Judas. You played a
Yep,
Judas. Thank you. How many times are you going to deny me? How many
3 times.
And that's what every congregation, every preacher did. Because the church, temple, whatever you want to call it, is the foundation of faith. You know, your faith in God is supposed to be more powerful than any man, any government, any body. You allowed them to say you can't congregate. Your faith's not going to protect you if you congregate and gave praise and worship to your God. Think about that. Nobody questioned it. Nobody wanted to talk about it. They just wanted to obey, adhere. No, that goes against your beliefs, and almost everybody's beliefs. I'm a pagan, and it goes against my beliefs. I know Satanists went against their beliefs. Because the object is, on Sundays you gather to give worship and praise to your Creator, to your God, whatever you want to call it. It instills that mindset, that the thing, God will see me through this. He will protect me. He's my shield. As Psalms talks about picking up your shield, the armor of Christ, and going to battle against whatever. This COVID thing even obliterated people's faith and beliefs. It was such an instill of fear. You want to talk about Satan working. And it was. I mean, and it's throughout all faiths. I don't care what faith you are or what religious belief you are. We all honestly, we all worship the same God. We just call him by different names. But you guys turned your back on your God. You turned your back on faith. Well, God will see me through this. And by doing that, you allowed fear. You allowed so much to corrupt you. You know, I don't like talking about religion because I believe simple. As it says in the good book, there's your closet, go pray.
Yeah,
It's not supposed to be something politicized, or, well, it's politicized a lot, but it's not something supposed to be out there. It's none of your business what my faith is or what my beliefs are. That's something between me and who I worship or choose to worship. And we allowed our religious beliefs, and people forget their history. It goes clear back from the persecution of the church, where the church was persecuting people that were free thinkers that opposed the Catholic Church, and many of them survived. That's why we have the United States to this day. Now, it started because of the religious persecution of the church. People wanting to get away from England and all that stuff that was going on, they came here. Our forefathers knew that. That's why they wanted everybody to have freedom of their religious beliefs. Not to impose upon each other their own, yours right, yours wrong. It's to have your own freedom to worship how you want, no matter what it is. And it's been a weapon, but everybody, they just turn their backs on it. It's like, oh, if I go to church, God's not going to protect me because this government says so. Well, guess what? Your government can't tell you where you can congregate and how many people can be there. Church and state are separate. They did that for a reason. It was put in there for a reason. It was to keep from what happened over Europe repeating. But yet we see it repeat because now is the biggest argument. I mean, how many people would actually vote for a pagan? Very few. Because Christians, oh no, that's evil. See, they find ways to separate us, to divide us, to pit us against each other, when we're supposed to be all Americans. We're celebrating the day of our freedom, the day of being free to believe what we want, practice what we want, do what we want, as long as it's within the law of the land. And as far as I'm concerned, yes, there ain't nothing wrong with the 10 Commandments, honestly, kinda. I mean, it's the good book. There's good morals in there. There's good teachings in there. But there's many other books out there that has good morals and teachings as well. But we're taught to condone those things. That's wrong. We're taught to, the concept of freedom that our forefathers brought to us, that their envision was for people to be free to do one thing. No, people fucking for the longest, oh, they're homosexual, they're bad, they're evil. It goes against our religious beliefs. But your religious beliefs then go against our Constitution. They have a right, just like the slavery thing, and we are going to get in the race there here in a little bit. Sorry, I'm...
Yeah, while you're going off on a rant, I need to refresh my memory.
All right.
Check your DM on Twitter.
Okay.
You'll like it. You really will.
You're asking me to navigate now.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Yes, I do like that one. And that was their concept. They didn't want history to repeat itself. But yeah, we're repeating history in so many different ways. I mean, some of the worst things that ever happened in our time, we're starting to repeat. I mean, show me your papers. Straight Hitler-esque. We can go farther back than that, but we'll just go there. Most people still remember Vietnam, Korea, and World War II. We remember the persecutions. We know all this. The ramifications of COVID, the pandemic, these vaccines, I've always heard, growing up, going to a Baptist church. I've been to many different churches since then. But I was grew up in a Southern Baptist church. You always talk about the mark of the beast and stuff. It never dawned on me back then. Like I stated, we already got it. It's already been in place. You're a number. Your identification is a number. Who you are is a number. Not your name, your number, your social security number. It's called something else in other countries, but that's what it is. We forget certain aspects. We forget that, we shouldn't be talking about racism and race in this day and age. We should be surpassed that. We're all American citizens. We are free. We all got equal rights. And we should be, and when we find those equal rights being violated, we're supposed to come together. And right now they're treating people that are white as if they're the devil, they're the enemy, they're the racists, they're the Nazis, they're the whatever supremacist. Right? Why? I mean, do we need to go do a history lesson on slavery? Well, let me tell you something. Let's just do a brief history lesson. Slavery had nothing to do with the color of your skin. If you were walking down the street, study the history of Seattle and the Shanghai Tunnels. They didn't care what color you were. This was the Chinese doing it, honestly. You were subject to be dropped down in the tunnel right from your bar stool and carried off to the slave market, put aboard a boat, or if you're a female, raped, whatever. It didn't matter the color of your skin. But, the ugly part of the other aspect of slavery, yes, there was a lot of blacks. Why? Because the tribes, when they conquered, they could make profit. They could do things by selling their own fellow Africans into slavery. And they did. So, when you want to talk about recompensations or slavery, know your true history. Let's know the true history of some of the biggest plantation owners here in the United States back when slavery was at its prime. Guess what? They weren't the white man. They were actually the black man. That's well documented. One of the biggest ones was in Texas, and he was a black man. He had actually the biggest plantations and the biggest owner of slaves. Don't go blaming another color of skin. Know your history first. Know your history, that it wasn't just blacks, it was whites, Asians, anybody that was poor, thought to be easily preyed upon. Your color, your skin meant nothing. Well, nobody wants to talk about the indentured servitudes who couldn't pay for passage to come here to the United States, where the slave plantations would pay for their passage, but they had to work off that payment in the fields as slaves. And guess what? They were white. They were Irish. They were many different nationalities. They weren't just blacks in the slave fields.
And to be perfectly honest with the and candid, slavery wasn't. It still exists.
Yeah, we're all slaves to the system. Every last one of us.
But it goes even farther. Look at all these people who have been sold into maybe one of the biggest abominations of our lifetime.
I ain't going there.
I'm gonna go there.
You can. I'm not opening that Pandora's box. I went there, done that. No, that's just gonna get my blood boiling.
What that tells me is that tells me a couple things. Human trap that yet number one, you actually give a fuck about it. And whereas because you're up there in part of the northern corridor that goes across the border. And that's this America's dirty little secret called human trafficking. And if people don't think for a minute that they're not still using the Underground Railroad
they're still using them to this day.
They are, in fact. One individual who just got nailed 3-4 years ago. He was a quote unquote converted drug dealer. He had been dealing heroin and several other narcotics for nearly a decade, and then he found a new niche. And at his sentencing, when the judge asked him, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was an Ohio case.
Probably.
I
I live right by fucking a hotel that was investigated
um,
for it.
he said that his only regret was that he did not discover human trafficking a decade earlier, because you can only sell a dime bag once, but you can sell a tender 40, 50 times in a week with no problem, and make
more money.
Make bank off of it. Yeah, that shit pisses me the fuck off. And that should fire your ass up. And the judge didn't just put him in jail; he put him under the jail for his 240 years concurrent, not consecutive, concurrent. This piece of trash will never see the light of day. 168 counts of human trafficking of children under the age of 15.
Well, I mean, what? Yeah, we're not going there.
Yeah, that's a special kind of sick right there.
Well, yeah. And the special kind of sick is, for those of us that investigated, you know why I don't want to talk about the subject. For those that haven't, do your own investigation. Trust me, you'll feel like I did about this very subject. In fact, this little investigation and subjects is what actually made me step away for a while. For a long while.
But it should fire people up enough to go to their sheriff, reach out, not just pick up the phone and call your selected officials, but actually going to their offices, going to their town halls, and start demanding some action here. And instead of accepting these plays on words and platonic servitude responses that you always get, it's very hard to deny that you're there. If when you go to their offices, you have to sign a book that you were there and why you were there. Let's see your platonic servitude responses to that one, because it ain't gonna fucking wash in the end. Bottom line, it's a lot like other things that, as the daughter of a Vietnam veteran who walked into their congressmen and senators' offices and asked them flat out, when are you going to address the issues, not only of my father's era, but also of the 397 people who are still listed as missing in action or have been elevated to prisoners of war from enduring freedom and current the war of the last 20 years in Afghanistan and Iraq and whatnot. When are they going to openly admit to that? Those soldiers have family who deserve an answer. Um, yeah, they may have brought our soldiers home. However, what about the ones that are listed as MIA? Nobody wants to talk about those. Nobody. So, what's up with that? Nobody wants to go there.
No.
Um, I'll go there any day with anybody. And some records would suggest that the numbers might actually be much higher.
But the yeah, it's much higher than what it is. But they don't want to go there.
No, they,
I mean Vietnam itself, but that was just a political fucking nightmare.
that was a situation that, and I have a lot of friends who served over there and took their high school class trip to Southeast Asia in beginning in 65 all the way through the end. And the unfortunate problem is that there's a hell of a lot less of them today than there was 5 years ago.
Well, yeah,
And
it's just like we talk about World War II. How many of our World War II vets are alive?
seven.
Yeah, and they're slowly rewriting the history. I mean, I've talked about it. I've talked about the new era of the book burning. It's the digital book burn. It's digital. You know, it's controlled information. I mean, it's history repeating itself. I mean, damn, show me your documents. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, but that's the other part, it's like, man, you can talk about this stuff till you're blue in the face. It's like, you're talking to the same think tank. You're in an echo chamber. I don't want to be in the echo chamber. I want to be hitting people that needs to be triggered, that needs to think and question these things. But unfortunately, the algorithms and stuff, it now puts you into that echo chamber and keeps you there. You're forced to move around, jump around, and then it gets to the point where, fuck, it takes 10, 15 minutes before you can actually do a live stream by the time you get done sharing it to all these platforms you're on, because you have to. That's the only way you get your message out there. What kind of freedom is that? I mean, it's corporation running buckshot wild and making the rules as they go, saying you have no freedoms. And it goes back to that adage, I can deny you. I don't have to serve you here. I mean, I never agreed with that philosophy, but that's how corporate sector it is. They don't have to serve you. They don't have to do jack for you because they're private. Therefore, the Constitution doesn't apply to them, as I was actually told by a manager from Menards. The Constitution don't apply here. We're private. We make our rules. You want to shop here? I'm like, well, I don't want to shop here, and I'm not going to. And I watched about 20 people walk out right with me. They just dropped their shit, left their carts, and walked out.
And the sad thing about, like Menards, insert name here. It is pretty much how that goes. But everybody seems to forget that up to and including these corporations, that all it takes is one or two people to step up and speak up, and then strange things begin to happen, that their bottom line start to drop. It may not drop into the red, but sooner or later, because of how many businesses are set up, that in the end, if you track the sourcing of many goods, that even if you were to go to a small town lumber mill or something like that, unless they are doing all of the work on site, chances are
It's being
one of
outsourced somewhere.
it is it's being outsourced, and that area of, I don't follow any particular mega channels anymore, for the simple fact that you do get into that echo chamber and whatnot, and all you ever hear is the same things, just reworded differently and whatnot. But at the end of the day, pretty much most of, like, your fasteners and stuff like that, unless it's made in house, um, your lumber is in house. All that stuff is a one stop type shop. They've kind of got you over a barrel, and it makes it very difficult
Oh yeah,
to
don't gotta tell me.
um, to really function. But the other side of that coin is really one of those that, do you drive 3-4 hours um, and not go to one place but go to another place?
Well, I mean, that's the only reason Walmart fucking survives, because I mean, there's one in every. They're worth just about as a dollar store. I'd rather go shop at dollar store and get my business to Walmart, but there's just some things you can't get anywhere else. I mean,
It,
they force you to go there, no matter how much you hate going there, or you're gonna travel. Like me, I go to Michigan to get my meat. I mean, I've literally. I mean, other than this weekend, just because I can't afford to go to M&M right now because the prices are through the roof. And
yeah,
Myers just happened to be running a great deal on their meat that, I mean, do the math. The price of gas right now, it cost me to go to Michigan. I live almost by the border, but it's still a good, about a half-hour drive compared to a 15-minute drive. Yeah, I got a Suburban, so that thing likes to eat gas. It's expensive to fill up. Or I can go to Defiance, which is about the same amount of drive, but instead of spending 200, I spent 70, which is what I was normally spending. But it was a holiday deal, and the prices are right. Will come tomorrow, they'll be right back up to where they normally were. And was it the best of meat? No. I get better at buying it right straight from the produce or
what's
from the
interesting,
butcher.
there's no reason why the price of a 2x4
Oh
should
no, I don't want
be,
to go there.
you know, rarely do we see, we always see things, uh, the cost of various goods go up. Rarely do we see them ever go down.
Well, they never really go down. They stay above what they originally were, and that's the problem.
But here's the, you know, I can sort of see why the prices of lumber are the way they are, because number one, there's not enough people who are, the number of drivers for those trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they're just tired of running their ass off and getting shit on by the companies that they're pulling for. The people going into the woods. Uh, yeah, most of your lumber is cut commercially using pretty advanced technology and mostly computer controlled technology. Chainsaws that are all boom operated that instead of one person going in and felling a tree, they're using booms and
Uh-huh.
big, big stuff that costs millions of dollars. And yeah, they might be able to drop 50 trees in the time that it costs for one. However, there's a cost benefit analysis here that it forces the little man and the smaller the actual cutters themselves. It puts them in a situation that it makes them it's next to impossible for them to be able to compete
Yeah.
with the commercial. And then unless they themselves are hauling the product to the market, they're screwed.
Oh yeah.
Um, so, and then to turn around and then have an avenue to market this without uh, having to use social media sites and whatnot. You know, when you really stop and look at all of the changes in marketing and how goods and sales are being produced today and transported, it's actually really changed the game, not just within the United States, but globally. How everything has went virtual. And mark my word that I don't think that we've seen the last of, uh, remember last year how there were people sitting inside various stores counting the number of people coming in and out and all that stuff. That'll return. I would say give it 45 days. I would give it, I sent you that video. Did you get a chance to watch it?
Yes, I did.
Um, I would say give it 45 days, and you're going to see very similar um, things begin to manifest here. But I don't think that this is going to be on a state by state level. I honestly don't.
I mean, the other thing is hurting everybody, and it's these people are taking those free checks and refusing to go back to work. I mean, it's hurting. I mean, I know restaurants that I mean, well, they just made a huge announcement. Almost every major restaurant franchise is closing stores in every state,
It's
and
funny
it's
that
because they can't get nobody to work. Nobody wants to work because they can get a free check set at home. I mean, where I work, we're dealing with it. And it's just not where I work. Every place around here, that's the complaint. I mean, I don't know how many good restaurants I've walked into. They're barely making it by. Their staff that they have, they're practically working
skeleton
all
crew,
three shifts and
skeleton
skeleton
crew.
crews. I mean, because they can't get nobody to come to work. Nobody wants to work because they're getting a free check. And I'm sorry, you lazy fucks need to get off your fucking asses and get back to work. There's no such thing as anything free.
You
And
know,
you're
there.
you're you're actually making the situation far worse than it ever should have been. You know, we talked about that back in the beginning of last year about with COVID. Okay, the government's going to give out these stimulus checks. Oh wow, we're going to get some money from the government. It wasn't free. It goes to our debt. The debt that we're going to pay through higher taxes, through inflation.
You know, I did an actual. Um, I sat down and I actually broke down that um, it wasn't so much the six that first one, the 600, but when the 14 $100 check came out,
Well,
that
the
that
six
took
hundred one don't even fucking count because that was a fucking advance on your taxes. They took that
right.
out of your taxes. If you got that 600, you lost that 600 out of your tax.
But here was the interesting thing. I did
Which was illegal as fuck, by the way.
right, but I actually went and did a deeper dive on that larger one that came through, the 1400.
Uh-huh.
That one $1,400 check in the end will actually end up costing you at some point as much as $6,800 at
Uh-huh.
some point. Um, Somewhere in time, it will come back and cost you as much as $6,890. I think was the number that I came out to. Um,
I mean, you want to show how greedy things got. Or it really is. It took fucking COVID to bring fucking gas prices down to its lowest it's been since almost the 90s. And the lowest I paid for gas was 123 right towards the end of COVID of for the forced shutdowns and shit. And that just shows you the monopoly, the control they have over us. Our gas prices should never be above $1. Honestly, it shouldn't.
well,
That's people's greed.
here's another interesting
I
thought.
mean, it really. If you actually paid attention during the whole fear fucking propaganda pandemic, you've seen prices go down. You've seen people's fear. I mean, oh my god, shit paper. Wow, huh. You idiots. But and now we're seeing the reverse. We're seeing prices fucking triple of what they should have been before what they were prior to COVID. Why is that? Well, some of it's the workforce not being there. Others, it's people that are just flat out just fucking greedy and they're jacking the prices. Because now, like I said, these fucking our politicians got their fucking foot on your neck and they're not gonna let up. They've got control. They've got you categorized as have and have nots, and they're just they're like a fucking ravenous, fucking rabies, fucking infested dog waiting to chomp because they know they got us.
And then you throw in the I think the latest uh, U.S. Number of truckers that are walking off
Uh
the
huh.
jobs every day because their hours have been extended
Yep.
three
I seen
times.
more semis on the road today than on any 4th of July I can remember.
And I every time I see them, and I do a fair amount of driving, more than I care to do. But anywho, um, people don't seem to understand that if they park for 72 hours, if they completely just park for 72 hours, most stores, I don't care what brand name it is, most stores only have an inventory that can handle 72 hours. of inventory, and that includes produce.
Yep.
Um, and if you go out beyond 72 hours, things get a
Ow.
little bit chaotic. And I watch people have fist fights in the baby wipe aisle
Yeah.
over the last batch of baby wipes as they came out and got put on the shelves, bottled water. Um, and let's keep in mind, I don't live in Florida. I live in on the Wisconsin-Iowa border. Um, so, I mean, yeah, it is tornado season. Um, but that still does not mean that. And another interesting little factoid: um, how many major tornadoes did we see last year during the debacle? How
Huh.
many major tornadoes did we actually see last year?
Honestly, I don't know because it wasn't being talked about because everybody was fucking more concerned about the propaganda at hand.
Uh-huh. Exactly my point. Um, there were much fewer um, severe and deadly tornadoes last year. There were at least five that I remember. I'd actually have to go back and recheck the stats, but the numbers were down by 30% from the previous year. Why is that? And the number of hurricanes, they were down. Hmm. Why was that, do you think? Wasn't there people staffing ARP? Um, weren't they in the office, or what was going on there? What people turn off Doppler? What was the deal there? Um, they turned NextRad off. Um, you could go 100 ways down that. Um, that ain't even a rabbit hole. That's a black hole. Um,
Right.
you know, um, of a whole nother line of critical thinking that people don't think about. But now everything is they're back talking about weather again, and people don't seem to catch the situations and things that are actually going on that really matter. Now, right now, the going thing, even though that they're talking about the next big bug a little bit, I don't watch much propaganda news because, quite frankly, they don't. They're not even on my radar. Um, but look at take Florida. Um, it's kind of interesting how for so long Texas, the the marker was over Texas, and now all of a sudden, um, strange things are happening in Florida after that governor had put his foot down on a multitude of things, and now all of a sudden, various events have happened in Florida. Hmm.
Uh huh.
It makes you think back 20 years, maybe. You know where I'm thinking?
20 years. No, my mind's fried already. Or inebriated, not fried. I wish it was fried.
Go go straight up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, not helping.
um, to a another major metropolitan city uh, up on the northeastern seaboard.
Mm.
Two pillars of light.
Oh, damn, that was 20 years ago?
Yep, this year will be 20 years.
Wow. Yep.
Stop, stop and think.
Well,
And,
I mean, that was the one I truly think backfired on them, though. Because that actually united us for once. It wasn't about race. It wasn't about fucking left right politics. It actually brought the country together and united us, and they did not like that. And boy, did they learn their lesson.
and look what came out that all the things that came out of that one.
Oh yeah.
And whose ass did that bite off in the end?
Well, it bit all of them,
But
but
it,
yet we still re-elect some of those in the office, even the ones that said if the American people seeing this manuscript, the investigation of this, they would string us up.
there's a lot of that, and it seems kind of apropos, I guess, that that commission has they are bringing back that commission with a fresh set of eyes.
But you know that report was so damning that not even Trump would release it, and that should tell some people some things.
Exactly. But
Because
speaking, that cat in and of itself, um, you know, TV is a very interesting tool,
oh yes, it is.
and
Yeah, I
I
mean Walt
don't.
Disney was the. I mean, Sir Walter Disney earned it to Sir for no reason, at all. I mean he. I mean wow, he fucking he taught them everything they needed to know about psychological warfare, programming, propaganda. He's the reason why we see the media the way it is, our TVs, the internet. He broke the playbook on this in such a way it's
And
not even funny.
and then the curators of The Simpsons.
Oh yes,
It
I'd
was,
love to find what clairvoyant they got working for them.
it's very
While
interesting.
people joke around about that, do some research about clairvoyancy, telepathy, and all that our U.S. government had their hands in. I mean, MK. Oh yes, oh god, down the rabbit hole we go. MK Ultra and all that little fucking lovely conspiracy shit. That's been proven not to be conspiracy because they've released and redacted a lot of that stuff. Now it's public knowledge that they
The,
used us. And
the
I actually know well, she's not psychic. I call her psychic to her face. She slapped the shit out of me. But she's done work for the FBI, done work for police and kidnapping cases, missing persons. They still use it, but it's taboo. We don't talk about it. You know, it's just man. I've met so many wonderful people in my life. I've been blessed on that aspect. I've met people that can touch you and tell you what ails you. They no way they can know, no way. But by their touch, I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
but we're told that's taboo. That's the
yep.
devil's word. This goes back to how much freedom do you really have? I mean, okay, back to the vaccination thing. The fucking World Health Organization came out and publicly announced they stopped trials on animals because the vaccine was killing them. So we just skipped and went right straight to human trials. I mean, what the fuck? And where's the outrage on that? I mean, you guys, it's the fear. Everybody was so caught in fear. They took whatever they said, and those that refused to live their life with fear didn't. They questioned it. No, this and but it didn't matter. In the end, we ended up on the list of the haves and have-nots, and there's going to be a price to pay for that one. Like I said, I don't even want to look down that road because it's not pretty. And yes, we have, but that's the smoke and mirrors of it. We have some politicians, some governors that's refusing, you know, but are they? Or are they just waiting for the next spark to finish breaking the rest of the people and forcing them to, okay, well, we got this new variant. It's killing, it's like, I'm tired of hearing about these new variants. You get a new variant of flu every year. It's worse than the previous. I mean, everything mutates, everything changes. With the no vaccine out there can protect you from the next new variant because it's the previous variant. I don't want to hear it. I want people to wake up and realize what they're truly doing. You know, and those of us that have been idle all the time, what's going to be the repercussions for us have-nots? I mean, I don't want to think about it because it's quite frankly depressing and sobering because it's an ugly road. And, well, we've got history to show us where that road leads. I don't need to fucking look forward. I just look back at what history has shown us about this. And that's the thing. We got to think. We got to stop letting people think for ourselves. We got to stop taking our faith and putting it on the back burner because this doctor or Dr. Fauci, whatever the fuck this con artist name is, he's a con artist. He's a thief, among other things. He had, I don't want to go down that road. We put in our lives in politicians' hands who don't give a flying fuck about you. You're cattle to them. I mean, the WHO basically said you're fucking walking lab rats, brainwashed lab rats at that. They rather inject you than kill any more animals. I mean, hello, wake up. I mean,
It's
what world you guys live in? Are you gonna live your life through fear? You know, uh, who was it? It was Roosevelt, wasn't it? You have nothing. No, it was Churchill actually.
yep.
You have nothing to fear but fear itself. When you live your life in fear, you're giving your control over. You're weakening your immune system. You're giving your free thought to somebody else to dictate what is free thought, which is programmed to indoctrinize free thought. I mean, this race theory thing. I mean, get over it. Get off your fucking crutch. I'm tired of hearing it. If you're going to use that as a crutch and you're going to complain, go back to where the fuck you came from. You're not an American, because if you were, you'd be celebrating this day because of the freedoms you have. You wouldn't be blaming somebody for those freedoms, because somewhere down the line, I bet your ancestors fought for the very same freedoms. You know, I still commend fucking some of the things Martin Luther King stood for, Malcolm X. Because, yeah, there was a time where things weren't equal. But we're not in that era no more. Things are supposed to be. It's these fucking politicians that come in here. They know they can use it to trigger people. Now we got white, black on white violence, but it's not considered a hate crime. But heaven forbid the white person defends themselves and hurts the black guy, then it's a hate crime, even though it was a white guy getting assaulted. But we can't call that a hate crime because that's racist. You're a supremacist. Bullshit. The law is the law for everybody equally. If we deem that type of violence a hate crime, then it applies to no matter what the fucking skin color you are. I'm tired of hearing it. I'm tired of using it to be bait to trigger people, to force people to go out there and humiliate themselves, be sorry for something that you have nothing to be sorry for. You're not the one that sold them into fucking the slave market. Know your fucking history. You know, this teaching our kids, indoctrinating. They're not teaching, they're indoctrinating our kids to be either hateful towards another race, another color, or to be submissive and humiliated for something that more than likely their forefathers never had nothing to do with. And truthfully, they didn't have nothing to do with it because they're not the ones that sold them into the slave market to begin with. You know, and it goes back to what I said. If you know your history, you know it didn't matter what the fuck your skin color was. They were all sold into slavery. White, black, Asian, Hispanic, didn't matter. They didn't care. If you looked weak and easy to take, they took you. Just like the sex trade. Easiest victims are the homeless. The next easiest are little kids walking around, unchaperoned, unsupervised. I mean, fuck, they don't like reporting it, but they're still snatching people right out of parking lots. This is how ridiculous. And then that's the form of slavery because they're sold into the sex slave market, or they're sold to have their organs harvested. Like I said, learn to research things. You might not like where it goes, and you're definitely going to have a different view of things. Learn your history. True history. Not what's fucking being taught in schools, because right now what's being taught in the schools is bullshit. It's not education. It's indoctrination. Parents, wake up. If that's being taught in your schools, pull your fucking kids out of that school. Or make changes. Hold the school board accountable. Let them know we're not taking this no more. This shit has no place being taught in our schools. This is not an indoctrination society. This ain't young fucking brown shirts or fucking Hitler Youth. This is about freedom. We're all American citizens. We're all supposed to be brothers and sisters equal. Put all that indoctrinated fucking hate, race, bullshit aside and learn to support your fellow brother and sister who doesn't matter what color they are. Our ancestors came from all different parts of this world to come to this country to found it. It had nothing to do with our skin color, had nothing to do with our race, our religious beliefs. Well, some of it did because we were fleeing persecutions too. We to this day, and you know it's getting weaker, they're doing everything in their power to destroy this. We are still the beacon of hope for the whole world. And they hate that. China hates that because they can't control their people if they see the freedoms we have. They can't control. It's all about the word freedom. Yes, you have the freedom of choice to go get vaccinated, and that's your choice. That's your prerogative. I respect that. But don't make the mistake and push, oh, you need to get vaccinated. You're a danger to me. No, it's quite the opposite. You're the danger to me. One, who knows what they pumped in your system? Two, you're forcing your opinions and views upon me and trying to strip me of my freedoms of choice. Second, you've just endangered the whole world with that ideology mentality. Because in the end, that's what it's about. The haves and have-nots. We are now in control. If you want to have this job, you have to be vaccinated. If you want to go in this store to buy your groceries, you got to be vaccinated. Show us the paperwork. If you want to travel, you want to go to the state, show us the paperwork. And you out there, you need to think about those things. You've given control of your immune system, your mind, to other people. And truthfully, if there's a vaccine out there that actually works, those that actually do have medical conditions where their immune system is weak, yes, you should find something. I mean, it's all about knowing thyself. I know my body. I know how good my immune system is. I know how good I am at fighting off certain things. But I also know I'm getting older. I don't heal as quick as I do. God, I wish I did. So I also know that I have to be careful and where I put myself and things I do, who I chose to play with or do things with, you know, who I decide to socialize with, what crowds I decide to slide into at the particular time for some odd reason. I ain't a young pup no more.
Hey, I just found something.
But I am very sound of mind, and I ain't giving that control over to no one.
Hey, folks, if I was just preparing a document, and as you can see, it has the appearance of being extremely old.
Ha!
Gee, what does that look like to you, Drew?
Oh, my favorite document.
And
You find my forefather's name on that thing.
let me see here.
Yep.
So for all those people who want to question Drew's delineage of where he comes from, I have an official document right here. And yes, this is very old. Don't ask me how I got this. I know you would like it, wouldn't you?
No, I actually have a copy of one.
But just to refresh people's mind, um, and that's of the original 13 colonies. But just to refresh people, that when you allow people to subjugate your mind and your body to their feelings, do their feelings trump your, and I hate to use that name,
Right. It's kind of hard. I mean,
but you know, and I'll go down that, I'll open up that can of worms in a minute. But when you allow somebody else's feelings to subjugate your own ways, wills, and thoughts, you have to really stop and think facts over feelings. I've done my research, and when it comes to feelings or facts, your feelings don't really wash when lives are at stake. there's a point that facts come into play over feelings. And there's a lot that can be wrote into that. Insert topic here. But there's a certain line in the sand. And then there are those of us who we don't we don't walk on sand. We don't build our mindset, our heart set, and our skill set on sand. We built it upon firm foundational beliefs through hard-won experience and experiences, and we've learned to think outside of the box and pursue all avenues to develop an opinion and then follow the fact trail as well, so that we are independently educated on a various amount of topics and at any given time. However, there is when it comes to, if you're not vaccinated, you really shouldn't be coming around us and this and that and the other thing. And I have a few family members that are a little shy about large gatherings, and that's their prerogative. I quite frankly, I don't live in fear, because number one, freedom has a taste that those who have not stepped across that line and wrote that blank check will never know. And it's kind of like the taste of a good old fashioned half-pound cheeseburger that was grown at the farmer down the road's farm. You know what that cow is most likely ate.
Yep.
But more importantly, you know what that cow has not been treated with. And what most...
And believe it or not, you can taste the fucking difference.
Oh, exactly. And there's been many large big box stores that have went out on a limb and have said that by a certain date or a certain year, you will no longer be able to purchase real meat all in to fall in line with the climate.
The Impossible Burger.
Yeah.
It started with Burger King. Now I see this fucking shit everywhere. It's
and incognito meat. I'm
sorry, I'm not a fucking vegan.
And some chain stores have already made it public knowledge that by the some have said as aggressively as 2023 that they will cease to carry beef, pork, and turkey. Period. Others have said that we will, that potential is, they haven't taken it off the menu until as far out as 25. But we know which company that is because 80% of their products come from across the pond.
Right.
And they're the most prolific ones as saying that by the end of 23, you will not see any USDA uh, approved meat in their stores by the end of 23. They've been very open about it.
I mean, it's just like this time of the year. I don't even buy my produce from fucking the grocery store or the fucking Wally World. I buy it right straight from the fucking farmers. Some
And,
of the best fucking produce you ever eat because it's fresh. It's not chemically treated. I mean, you can taste the difference. That's the sad part. I mean, honestly, I like my fucking fruits, vegetables, meats, just like I like my pussy, natural and raw.
and people don't seem
And
to.
smelly.
Some people, yes. Fucker, I knew you and you couldn't resist that one.
No, I couldn't.
But
I mean, you know the old, yeah, but well, the young generation probably don't know the old adage on that, but
yeah, the younger generation.
oh my God.
What can I say?
Every time I
Now,
think about the younger generation, that kid. I'm reminded of that kid in Walmart when I answered my phone with on speaker and saying, "There's a warrant out for your arrest. If you do not contact us back immediately, we're going to take your social security card." I'm like, "Really? Bet." Dude's like, "Man, you need to call them back. That's important. They're going to take your social security card." I'm like, "What? No, dude. I mean, I wish they would. What do I got to do to have that happen? I mean, jeez, that'd get me off the fucking radar for real. No longer have to pay taxes.
that those special ones.
Have my check cut up by $200.
Those special ones.
Oh my God, that dude was special.
I would have to come back with something like, did you have an extra cup of fucking stupid this morning or something like that? Did you get hit with a super stupid stick today? I'd come back with something snappy and engaging all at the same time and make sure because unfortunately in Walmart, my voice, well, let's just go, I don't need a megaphone.
Oh, I didn't that day. And dude's face got red by the time it was all said and done. I'm like, man, dude, would you go to school? If I ever have kids, I don't want to send them to that school. He's like, oh, you're being fucking, that's just mean. I'm like, no, dude, your social security card, they can't take from you. It's how fucking Uncle Sam gets paid. Who's Uncle Sam? Oh my God.
I would have said at that point, I was like,
I about lost it.
I would have
about died. I about fucking died. I mean, it was painful to hold the fucking laughter in. I'm like, dude, the federal government, the IRS, that's how they get paid. They can never. That's your identification number. That's who you are.
I'd have been like,
I don't
dude,
need your name. I just need your numbers.
I'd have been like, dude, please go have your nuts chopped off so you don't fucking populate the gene pool. Your daddy should have jacked off in the flower pot. Or your mama should have swallowed.
Should have spit that out. I mean, Jesus. I mean, oh God, no.
Oh, this one has went out the fucking window.
I mean, wow. Yeah. And I'm lucky, although I've had Lucas on before. I mean, he's 20. He'll be 21 this year, I think. I mean, been irritating the fuck out of me lately, but I give this kid his props for his age. He's educated. He knows his history. He knows the value of working, paying for something, buying something. He gets it. He understands. He also understands, and he was like one of the first people that pointed something out that I don't know how, out of all these years. Now, I've always said your vote don't matter anyway, because it don't with the electoral votes. But he pointed out something that, wow, my fucking genius had overlooked. I mean, blindly overlooked. How can 3 cities change the whole state's vote? I was like, huh? Wait, huh? I'm like, wait, you're right. Because until these 3 cities came in, Trump was winning on a landslide in Michigan. To be honest, he had all the rural votes, and 3 cities came in, and next thing you know, within not even 12 hours, Biden's won the election in Michigan because Detroit, I can't remember the other two.
Detroit,
All their
Dearborn, and Lansing.
Yep, because of those 3 places, changed all the votes.
College
And
towns, all 3 of them.
but if you looked at it, then after that, it sent me down the rabbit hole because, like, how the fuck did I overlook this all these years? Well, one, it wasn't blatant like this all blatant that blatant all these years. But after going down the rabbit holes, doing some research, the cities have more control over the vote. Why is that? Why can they dominate the rural area, which has more population? In truth, it can be argued back and forth, but in truth, that's your everyday blue-collar worker. The ones that go out there, till the fields, plant the produce, the ones that go to work every day, slave their fucking asses off, barely getting by in a factory, working at a fucking restaurant for peanuts. But yet, these cities can control the state's vote. And it happens a lot, more than I care to actually, at the time, cared to realize. It was one of those, ooh, how did we overlook this? But it makes sense. Your big cities, what are they? That's where all your corporate shareholders are, which we know Supreme Court fucked up in the early 2000s by saying, corporations are exempt because they don't represent the person. It is a conglomerate, so therefore they can toss as much money to these campaigns and basically bully and steal elections. Just the gist of it. But yet, most of your rich upper class, they're all in the cities. They're not out in the rural areas. They're in the suburbs, and they're going to vote one way. What way is that? The way it pads their pockets.
But let's look at, since you opened up Pandora's box here.
Yeah, I opened up Pandora's box. No, actually, Lucas opened up Pandora's box. I did not do that.
And unfortunately, I missed that that pod with Lucas for whatever reason. Can't remember why. I think you had troubles recording that one, if I'm not mistaken. But we need to look at and again, what I'm about to say may piss people off. It may not, but it's definitely going to make you think. Remember, I am a constitutionalist.
I'm going to let you chat for a bit. I need to get some water and attempt to make it down these stairs and back up them.
Okay. What a lot of people don't seem to understand about Mr. Trump was a lifelong Democrat voter in the state of New York, where he was from. A lot of people don't know this. They never dug into public voting records. They never paid much attention. And in the time leading up to that election, he did not, since he could not get the nod from the Democratic Party, he switched parties. He switched party lines. And the Republican Party took him with, I won't say open arms, but they took him as their nominee to go. And if we go back and we look at the Simpsons episodes, and I forget just what episode number it was, again, go back and do your research about the Simpsons, where Trump was featured as the 45th president. If that hasn't been scrubbed from the video archives, I know it's out there, because I actually periodically used to watch that, because that show had predicted a lot of things to come in the future, and they were spot on so many different things. And a lot of people forget that Mr. Trump was in fact, a lifelong Democratic voter. They forgot about that. Nobody wants to think about all of that. How did I get this information? It is public record. Anybody can go and look up your voting records if they know how to do it. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, because that, number one, that is a form of doxing. So I'm not going to tell you how you can request that information, but it is a matter of public record. But that is within the state of New York. Why would Trump jump to the next party? Really, he stood to serious political gains to do so. So it's kind of interesting, and yet in Florida, he's still listed as a Republican voter at this time. Kind of interesting how you go from voting one party line, straight ticket your entire life, to then jumping the river and going the other way, because it benefits you. It benefits your family.
Yeah.
And
Anymore, all Republican, Democrat, it don't mean shit. It's all the same thing.
And there's been a party reversal. If you really look at today's Republican, is the Democrat of
the 90s, 80s,
of 30 decades or more. That must be another one of yours there, Original Larry.
That's how I want to sort points.
But good to meet you there, Larry, and Free Spirit. But, people don't seem to think about all of those ramifications of the last election, and what that is going to dictate of the future, and what the chances are, where do we see things going in throughout the rest of this year and into the next, throughout the remainder of this cycle. I would definitely, I'm not a huge connoisseur of books and whatnot. But number one, I don't get a lot of time to read. But there is a book out there, and come on, Homework with me. Um, Divine Numerous and the Coming World War by Dr. Michael McGahee.
Yeah,
Um, you know,
I've
look at.
actually I haven't had a chance to read it, but I've heard good things about that book.
I've yet to actually order the book myself. But if you look at the breakdown of that book and you look at the the way that it was broke down into the 400, the 250, and the 80-year increments, um, we're in that 400-year mark. We're inside that 250-year mark, and we're inside that 80-year mark. Um, Before the end of this presidential election cycle,
Oh yes,
um, plus minus 3 years. So you're talking by the end of 2026 um, is the timetable for this. Um, will we see something cataclysmic happen on American soil? Um, well, we need to look at who owns controlling shares in all of our nation's food producers. JBS, Smithfield, and
ConAgra.
ConAgra, as well, ConAgra. I think they own Procter and Gamble.
Yeah, they're a subsidized company. You know, one of those. Oh, we're too big, so we gotta give ourselves a new name. You know, Bill Gates fucking loophole.
Yeah, every single major food processor for both human and pet, as well as farm, is controlled by what country? China. China carefully but methodically came in and bought up controlling shares of every single major food processing company in this country. What does a army march on?
Yep.
So by bringing our soldiers home, all of them finally home, what does that signify?
Well, it signifies peace, but we're not in peace because we still have the war on terror. They've never since 9/11 they have not ever declared an end to the war on terror.
Nor will they ever.
No.
Since you and I both come from a very rich, historically backed family, and a family built on military service, um, what? Yeah, people are lighting fireworks off. Um,
Yes, they were doing that last night over here.
um,
I couldn't afford any this year.
yeah, I thought about going out and buying a uh, brick of our artillery. Um, Not that I relish that percussion because it sends me back to the sandbox era, but uh, it's one of those things that it could be a head fake to something else to come. And there was something else earlier in the year that was very glaring. Usually, when the new spending budget comes out every year, um, government is usually pretty transparent about how much.
All right, when did that come out? I haven't even heard about that one yet.
That's usually released.
January? Oh,
Yeah,
not
in
yeah.
January that usually comes out.
Oh, wait, we was being distracted by the um, well, insurrection, as they want to call it, which was bullshit, as I
Well,
stated. Well,
that's a
wait. What? No, I gotta. It was manufactured play because I know people that were there. I know streamers that were there, and I know what you had to go through to get through each fucking checkpoint. There ain't no goddamn way anybody got through those checkpoints with a gun. Period. Wasn't happening. You couldn't even get through with a fucking tripod for your camera or a backpack. But let CNN tell it. They were all armed, and there's pictures floating around. Bullshit. And for the FBI posting their little pictures, how many of those just happen to be federal agents? Because we all know those of us that have never been to DC for done events, especially an inauguration, you're not getting a weapon past the very first checkpoint.
Where do I know that one? Where do I know that one? Don't ask me how I know, but I know.
And I mean, it's just wow. It was the biggest farce facade that I've ever, actually, that I think in history of our nation.
Actually,
there might be something else before then, but as far as I know, JFK is still dead, so we can't. And so is Elvis. Sorry, guys. I hate to burst your bubble, but yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, no, we have Obama. Wait, we have Mr. Hussein Obama. I forgot.
Yeah.
Mr. Who knows what he was?
Yeah, there's to set the record straight about
oh God, I smoked too much.
What 1/6/21. This is not the first time that the Capitol has been taken. The last time was 1873 by the British, and
well, yeah, because the Capitol used to originally be here in Ohio at one point.
We're going to take another
but there was a military siege of it, wasn't there?
In 1873.
By U.S. soldiers, if I remember right.
It was planned, but to the records that I've found, there were some very stark things, and I've only just recently uncovered some of this, and so it's very shocking that some of those people who actually made it into those chambers that were caught on video, there's an interesting coincidence, and I don't, because of the nature of my job, there are no fucking coincidences. Right. Only history repeating itself. In 1873, our capital was overthrown and set ablaze by the British.
Yep.
Now, since America is the melting pot of the world, birth records, social security numbers, all these things, all part of the caste system.
Yes, it is.
That we have covered ad nauseum. After spending many, many meticulous hours of research, several of the people that actually went into the various offices and chambers, I found a very stark and very unsettling revelation. They were all direct fucking descendants from the very same ones that perpetrated the same exact act in 1873. Direct bloodline descendants thereof. Now, we're going to jump back over the last 12 years as to how many times we have heard the Queen say that she has had about enough of this great American experiment. Over the last 12 years, she has made that statement exactly 18 times. Numbers are very significant. Hey, Daggers, how you doing? Numbers, again, popping up. And when you start adding up numbers and years and the number of generations since, you start coming up with some pretty interesting divine numerics that pop up. And I'm not a numerologist by any means.
No, but I am.
And the possible number of generations from the first one in 1873 to today is 5. As many as potentially up to 8 in some cases. But the general school of thought is 5, possibly 6. It is the average that I found. So you take that and you go 1, 6, that equals 7, plus 21, 28. And for sake of mathematics, 6, that's 31.
You said 28, 6?
Yeah, 28, 28, 6, that would be
34.
34.
See, I'm not that inebriated. I can still do math.
What is the number of a master mason?
Well, I tell you, yeah, we don't want to go there. Because the actual number of a master mason can actually go into the hundreds. Let me see here. How many faculties of the mind? It's 217, I believe.
Yep. But your average master mason.
33 and a half. That's
So
considered a master mason.
So 30, they would round up.
Or the no, what is it? Yeah, it's 33. No, 33 and third.
Right, but
they round up. Yeah, 34.
34. Are y'all starting to see the smoke screen?
Well, me and you've also discussed the this in the past as well. I don't know which was on your our channel. Mine, I don't remember. But we talked about the average life expectancy of an empire, a nation. I mean, how long did Rome last?
400 years.
You know, we're still in our infancy, truthfully, but we're not. We're in the
mid range. We're in the mid range. 250 today, or 245. Excuse me.
45, yeah. And you know, we've outlasted, but the reason we've outlasted because we truthfully, this is one thing I respect about every American citizen, every true patriot out there. We only can take so much. And eventually, it's this vicious cycle. Eventually, people start waking up, start seeing things, even those we don't expect it. And then it's the dagger to the elitists. It's the free thinkers. They come out of their little hermit hole from time to time. They step out of the shadows. and they know how to use their words. They're just as versed as these fucking elites, but they understand the value of freedom. They understand what the meaning of it. They understand that we've been a beacon of hope for this whole world. Every country. I mean, I've talked to people from all over the world. I mean, I think it's funny talking to some older Russians because they were like, man, we grew up, we watched John Wayne. We, once we were able to have VCRs, we wanted what you guys had in America. You know, John Wayne was the icon. To That's what people perceived it. You know, the 50s. You know, the white picket fences. Yes, it was a facade, but it's what people seen. It was the hope of freedom. It's the hope to come over and prosper, be something better than what you had. You know, that dream. You know, it's just like Martin Luther King. I had a dream speech, or whatever it was. And I'm not being disrespectful there. I'm just a little drunk. It was. I had a dream, right?
Yes, it was.
Um, you know, the dream, the American dream. You know, I've done some podcasts, some series where the American dream's dead. And that was what led into the broken system stuff, the caste system. It's the ideology. If we ever give up that, if we ever truly give up on the American dream, and that's what they're trying to do, destroy constantly. They use race, they use identity politics, they use, oh my God, transgenderism. You know, I'm sorry. There's a way to completely put an end to that discussion. You can't change your DNA, at least not yet. Until that happens, you're a man. I don't care. If you want to be a woman, fine. I'm cool with that. You want to go through the procedure, cool. Well, we've already had cases pop up where transgender men raped women in the bathroom. There's a case that just popped up where a transgender identified himself as a female, and they sent him to a female prison where he raped numerous women in the female prison.
That was in Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
I can't remember where.
I think that, because I know there's a case pending in Pennsylvania.
It might be. I just caught it today or the other day. I can't remember right now. And, you know, them competing as athletes. I'm sorry. You have fucking male testosterone running through your fucking system. Which makes you, in some ways, oh God, I'm going to get so much backlash for this. Athletically superior to who you're competing against. You have an unfair advantage. You know, there's some places where you have to draw the line. Does that mean I disrespect their views? And I might disagree with several aspects, but you have the right to choose to be what you want. You know, I respect that. And then that's that difference between, you know, some people say, well, I'm a constitutionalist. You are? Okay, let me hit you with some theories. Pro-choice. Roe versus Wade. Transgenderism, homosexuals being able to marry. Equal rights in that aspect. Oh, the Satanist over here. You're a Christian. Oh no. Then now you have issues. You're not a true constitutionalist. The true constitutionalist knows what the Constitution is, knows what it stands for. It represents every single one of us being able to have freedom of choice. And that means to choose our beliefs, our practices, our sexuality, who we vote for. And there's so much encompassing. And we as a society, as Americans, we completely forget that concept and will quickly bash another one because they have a different belief system. They have a different political view. They have a different sexual preference. Jesus, guys, get over it. Do you not understand what freedom of choice is? Do you not understand why the Constitution was written? Do you not understand why church and state was supposed to be separate? Do you not understand why they fought for these things? They wanted you to have the freedoms to be who you are. Free thinkers, not controlled. free to do as you please, as long as it didn't violate the laws. I mean, we all know you have to have laws. Sorry. I mean, you can't get around that little aspect of things, because if you don't, you have pandemonium. You get people doing shit just you don't want to think about. And there has to be laws in place. But at the same time, those laws have to represent everybody, and they have to be equal. And that's where our justice system and our legal system fails, because the rich, the elites, our congressmen, our senators, our governors, the law doesn't apply to them. They think they're above the law. They think, well, we make the law, so we don't have to adhere to it. It's you. They treat us like we are the common folk, the peasants, the slaves. They're above the law, and they're not. The law is written as it is. Yes, it's the two-edged sword, but at the same time, you're an American citizen, so therefore the law applies to you. I don't care what office you hold or title you have. The law is the same for everybody. Just like the Constitution is the same for everybody, no matter what their skin color is, no matter what their religious preference, sexual preference, and the list goes on. And we need to get back to that ideological thinking. Do you have to agree with what the other people do? No. You have the freedom to voice your opinion. You disagree. But you also have to respect their freedom of choice. And that's hard for a lot of people, because they're told that's wrong. Oh, that's a sin. That's evil. That's, I don't know. Fill in the blanks. We created so many labels for this fucking loophole that there's so many things we have to undo and rethink. You know, like I said, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I'm glad I'm not. And if I don't piss you off at some point, I don't think I'm doing my job.
Amen to that.
And I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm trying to make you think and question things. Although, I don't know, I'm a narcissist too, so I've been told. Well, not narcissist, sadist, my bad. Two different categories. Definitely not a narcissist.
I've been called everything under the book.
Oh, so have I.
You know,
some of those things that might apply.
You know, I don't really care at the end of the day.
Oh, no. Why? Because if I actually care, that means I'm giving power over to somebody else. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Pretty much.
The only time I care is if it actually triggers me. Then that's my warning sign. Hey, something's not right here. I need to reevaluate myself. Because, hard lessons of the past week.
But they made you stop and think for a split second.
Well, they waited till after the week to tell me, and yeah, yesterday was not a good day.
Yeah, don't I know?
No, Friday wasn't a good day either, because, like I said, somebody spiked my drink. Like I said, hell to be paid when I find the asshole that did it.
You know, my whole thought, because I got to slide out of here before the top of the hour. I have to actually get up and go to work in the morning.
No, I don't have to be back to work till 12:30 tomorrow night.
Yeah, you get to sleep in. I have to get up at 4.
I probably don't.
You know, I got to be up at 4.
No, I don't even want to think about it. My sleep schedule, I don't have one.
You know, I catch sleep whenever the notion hits, and I usually get woke up to a fucking phone call or a text.
As I say, you can sleep when you're dead.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, but fortunately, I'm going to be starting a new job here in the very near future, so then my sleep gets...
Although I'm pretty sure once I hit the bed, I'm going to pass straight the fuck out.
You're going to be out before your head even hits the pillow. What are you talking about? Must be real.
I put a dent in that peach crown.
That's what you call a dent? Maybe I ought to bring you a little bit of that stuff I got underneath the kitchen counter.
No, no, no.
uh,
Let's be thankful I don't have Jaeger.
you know, yeah, I was go in the alcohol section at the store this last weekend, and I was like, what am I hankering for that I know is good as a little bit of pain, but not too much. And I got reflecting back on a conversation with a friend of mine about 2 weeks ago, and we got talking about our various uh, family heritages and whatnot. And I said, I have the distinct pleasure of having family that actually made whiskey bowls for Hiram Walkers. And they're like, talk about a mic drop moment. They're like, holy shit. And I says, oh, yeah. And I'm also uh, direct bloodline relation to Popcorn Sutton, too. And they're like, oh, hell. You
Yep,
know a
nope.
little bit.
Yep, nope. I don't want to know that recipe. That'd get me in trouble. I'm retired, like I said.
Let's see. I was tired this morning. I was tired yesterday. I was tired the day before. I think that makes me retired. um, but he is like, good God, talk about uh, variant uh, family tree history there. And he says, truth be told, that the first 40 odd years of our nation's history was actually funded,
By
and,
liquor.
and the Revolutionary War was actually financed by moonshine.
Yep.
And of a recipe that I actually possess. And
I mean, George Washington was a stiller.
he was a master distiller, as a matter of
Right.
fact.
His
And,
apple origins wasn't for looks. He made probably some of the best fucking Applejack ever.
oh man, there's not enough O's in smooth if it's done right, and people don't. I can't really. The information's out there. People actually go searching. I'm not going to put it out there, but it suffices to say that old George he knew his way around the still. And in fact, up until um, the White House was basement was redone prior to the Cold War, there was actually his still in the basement of the White House until the late 1940s. And where that still went to after that, nobody truly knows where it went to, but it's not in the basement. Um, did it go into the National Archives? Did it go into his uh, museum? I don't think so, because I've actually been to the George Washington Museum and it's not there. Could it be in their archives? Archive room, very, very possible, because nobody wants to think that the father of our nation was a seriously sophisticated shiner. Nobody wants to think about that. Um, you're welcome, Dags. There's so much history about our forefathers, and when we really stop and think about it, every single one of our 46 presidents that we've had, every single one of them has had very interesting uh, pieces and parts in their heritage and in their personal history. If you do your due diligent research about them, you will be surprised exactly what you find. Um, and it's not necessarily um, before you go to the polls that you vote on them based on their life. It is not, um, you know, everybody makes mistakes in life. God, do I know that one? Um, we've all made mistakes in life at one point or another. Um, whether it be small, whether it be big, it really doesn't matter. It's the lessons that we learn from those that truly define us and make us into the people that we are. Am I an attorney? No. Do I play one on YouTube? No. Um, I know what I know from lots of hours of deep, deep dive digging into the rabbit holes that most people don't want to go to. Um, is it taboo? No. It's this thing called research. And sometimes with research comes astounding developments that are extremely earth shattering, um, that could shake you to your very core. And a lot of people aren't comfortable getting taken out of their comfort zone.
No, they're
Uh,
not.
and, you know, when you get caught in that soft, cushy, um, safe comfort zone of that soft, squishy brown stuff, maybe you need to step outside of that and take a real long, hard look before venturing further. And if you're not completely knowledgeable about something, do a deep dive. Go take that plunge into the pool, into the deep side of the pool, and you'll be astounded, I think, at some of the things that you thought you once knew. Um, it's like that divine numerics and the coming World War. Um, that guy is not yes, he's a very published author, but he's a radiologist. Um, he didn't go to an Ivy League school either. Um, he's an average day Joe that puts his pants on, just like you and me, um, who happened to write a very thought provoking book. Am I pushing that book? Um, it suggested reading material, um, but outside of that, because I've not yet cracked the cover of the book, because quite frankly, I have 5 totes of books that were my father's that I recently came into contact with, and an entire shelf of other books that were wrote much, much later. Um, I simply don't have that kind of time to immerse myself in a book uh, and break it down chapter by chapter like a lot of people do. Um, people need to go into those and it's a lot like Coming Home by A. American. Um, that Now that one's all fictional writing, but again, suggested reading material. Very good author, very personable, but again, not everybody's cup of tea. He's going to tell
Yeah,
you,
like me.
he will tell you um, the way it is, and he's very direct like that. Um, Kind of strange how a lot of my friends seem to be like that. But, at the end of the day, as we're coming up on the top of the hour,
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm about ready to wrap this up before we end up having an 8-hour video and I get
right,
yelled at.
right, at the end of the day, people need to go back to doing their own research instead of depending upon uh, podcasters to spend countless hours breaking stuff down on the weekly, because quite frankly, Drew and I don't have the time to sit down every week or every couple 2 or 3 weeks to break down current events like we used to. Neither one of us do. Um, me getting ready to start a new job in the next 2 weeks. God only knows what my schedule is going to be then. I'm looking forward to this next chapter in life. It's going to be very, very interesting. But it's also an area that I'm very passionate in. And you know, and I'm going to leave on this note. Um, People check on your family members by checking on them. That don't mean get on Facebook or social media. Um, Pick up the phone, call them. Um, if you have a few extra minutes, pick up a pencil or pen and paper and write a letter. Um, like we used to do. Write a letter, whether it be to somebody that you maybe went to college with or high school, maybe an aunt or an uncle, if you're lucky enough to still have grandparents around. Um, Write them, send them a card, write a nice, write a bit in a card, send them a card. Um, Go visit them if you're able to. Um, Physical action is critical. Um, I can't stress that enough. The other thing, and it might sound a little fortuitous to say, but as we've seen in the last 16 and a half months, domestic violence, people, it's up 8,000% nationally. 8,000%. Domestic violence doesn't have to be physical. It can be verbal. It can be psychological. Avoid that situation if you can. If you need help, reach out. I'm usually around. If you have me on Twitter, Free Spirit Prepping and News, you can drop me a line there. I'm usually pretty responsive on Twitter. Facebook, I do have a page on Facebook. I don't update it enough. I do have a Facebook page named that as well. You can catch me there. Those are, and YouTube. I'm also there as well. Um, you can reach out to me there. I will have a video out probably Tuesday or Wednesday talking about this very topic. Um, and something that has divided America. It has divided family members, and something we need to address. And I judging by the look on Drew's face, he's got something to say.
No, I'm just waiting for you to finish up. Like I said, I'm going to wrap up too.
But with that, y'all take care. Be kind to one another. Take that time to reach out and help that special person, whether you really like them or not, whether it's that cranky neighbor down the block or that long lost person you haven't talked to in a very long time. Reach out. Tell them you're thinking about them. Till next time, I'm out of here.
Hope you guys all enjoyed. Definitely want to hope you guys are enjoying your Independence Day. As for me, no promises on the next podcast will be. Like I said, I've been focusing on me and my life. And as much as I enjoy doing these, I've also enjoyed the time that I've gotten to take for myself when I'm not at work. And I've enjoyed just the break from all this because, like I said, I've put my due diligence in. I've researched things, investigated things that took you down some of the darkest rabbit holes you can go down, and it's just, it's taxing after a while. Plus, I've enjoyed not having to deal with the drama, honestly. I've enjoyed my solitude. But don't worry, when I got something to say, I'll say it. That won't change. But like I said, I don't know when the next podcast will be, but I'm definitely, for those that joined, thank you for watching. As for what I see coming down the road, I think everybody should take a step back and really start thinking about things. Because, I mean, we're on a slippery slope. And I ain't going to make no predictions. That's not my job. I just know what we're celebrating today is what we should be celebrating every day, and we shouldn't be taking any other thoughts for an answer. No, we got to stop letting people control us, telling us you have to be vaccinated, you have to do this. It's time to cut the crap. Don't buy into the fucking race fucking propaganda, the label propaganda. And Bree said it best. I've said it over and over. Question everything. And take a little bit of time of your day. Research some things. Do your own research. Learn. You'll be better for it in the end. So, wish you guys all a good night. For those who are out partying still, drinking, whatnot, be safe, be smart, hand those keys to somebody. I definitely want to see you next time I do a podcast. You don't want to hear about, oh man, this person got in a car accident. Be smart, guys. Even when I'm smart, I don't get behind the wheel after I've been drinking. I waited till I started this podcast before I even touched the drink. And I save my drinking for the weekends anyway, so. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll catch you on the next one, whenever that may be. Oh, now I gotta figure out how to shut this off.